Chapter 4069. You dare threaten me? Kuan Sha stared at Lin Feng icily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding, but he tried his best to look fearless. After a long time, Kuan Sha grunted coldly. All right, I agree. He smiled coldly. When I find the boy who stole the moon essence, I'll eat you first. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with relief. He had to inform Yang Kai as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Kuan Sha arrived, they wouldn't have much strength to fight back. Unfortunately, Kuan Sha was so strong. How could he have a chance to send a message? Fortunately, he didn't know where Yang Kai was now, and where would he go after escaping from the Sea Clan? He could delay Kuan Sha for a while, and then act according to the situation. When Lin Feng told Kuan Sha this, Kuan Sha frowned. He thought that Lin Feng and Yang Kai must have known each other for a long time. Who would have thought the situation would be like this? After thinking for a while, Kuan Sha said, "That young man's strength is extraordinary, and he must be famous. You should go down and find someone to ask about him." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The Great Void Realm was so big, and millions of cultivators were scattered everywhere. Who would know the name of Yang Kai? However, since Kuan Sha had made a request, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so he just casually asked and flew down, shouting loudly, "Have any of you heard of Yang Kai? Where is he now?" Thousands of people in the Star Market had seen Kuan Sha's body before, and they were all frightened. When they saw Lin Feng come down and ask, they didn't know what the relationship between him and Kuan Sha was. Nobody answered. On the other side, Kuan Sha snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a young man in the Star City. The young man was so scared that his face turned pale. He was terrified and said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Kuan Sha approached him and shouted, "Do you know Yang Kai?" The young man shouted, "I don't know him. I've never seen him." Liar. Kuan Sha grunted coldly. When you heard this name, your heart beat faster. You know him. How dare you lie in front of me? I won't forgive you. He opened his mouth wide and stuffed the young man into his mouth, swallowing him whole. Kuan Sha, how dare you break your promise? Lin Feng was furious. Kuan Sha had promised him that he wouldn't eat human beings, and now he had stuffed one into his stomach. Kuan Sha said calmly, "He dared lie with me. I will punish him." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed another elderly man, asking the same question, "Do you know Kai Yang?" "I." The old man was scared out of his wits and stammered. You should have seen what happens to those who lie. Just now, your heart beat faster too. Kuan Sha grinned. "I know him. With me with him." Sha Xing. The Kuan Shark raised his brows. The old man hurriedly said, "He killed thousands of Thunder Light Sex people and even annihilated Sword Pavilion's Star Market. More than 100,000 people died in his hands. He is a killing star." "Good little boy. I like you. Ha 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 ha." Kuan Sha's eyes twinkled. He killed thousands of people from Lei Guang, destroyed Jiang'a, and killed 100,000 people? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. Was that for real? That didn't sound right. But that old man didn't dare lie in front of Kuan Sha. Someone said nervously, "It's true. I saw him kill thousands of people from Lei Guang. He also killed tens of thousands of people from Jiang'a." Lin Feng turned his head and asked, "You saw him too?" That person shook his head and said, "I didn't see him, but I heard that he brought back tens of thousands of empty space rings from Jiang'a. If he hadn't killed so many people, how could he have gotten so many empty space rings?" Lin Feng's eyelids kept twitching. Tens of thousands of empty space rings meant tens of thousands of lives. But Lin Feng had been in contact with Yang Kai for a few days. He didn't look like a murderous person. What's more, he really hadn't expected that after casually inquiring about this human race stronghold, which only had a few thousand people, he would actually find news about Yang Kai. Was that guy really that famous? Lin Feng had been traveling all the time, so he didn't know much about this place. Otherwise, he would have known where Yang Kai was. The one who spoke and the two who were captured by Kuan Sha were originally disciples of Crimson Star. Previously, a wave of disciples from Crimson Star had fled, and these two were part of the group that escaped. They had come here to eke out an ignoble existence, but they had not expected to be implicated by Yang Kai. Kuan Sha was extremely happy. He thought that Yang Kai was a good person. He laughed loudly and said, "Old man, do you know where Yang Kai lives?" The old man hastily said, "He's one of Qi Xing's officials. He's in their stronghold." "Take me there," said Kuan Sha. The old man didn't dare disobey. He hastily led the way. Kuan Sha followed him with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Feng hastily followed him. After a short while, Kuan Sha frowned and said, "You're too slow. How long will it take? Old man, show me the way." As he spoke, he grabbed the two of them in each hand, and his figure turned into a stream of light, disappearing at lightning speed. Inside the tree hole, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and felt much better. Only then did he activate the empty spirit bead and return to his mansion. This time, he had broken into the holy land of the Sea Clan and attracted a holy spirit. This was no joke. He didn't know if the Holy Spirit would retaliate. After all, he had stolen the Holy Spirit of the Sea Clan. If the Holy Spirit really chased him, Star City wouldn't be able to resist. His only hope now was little fatty Suzhan. He had to hurry back and set up a great deployment spell. Yang Kai urged Suzhan over and over again. Suzhan was speechless. He didn't have a convenient method like Yang Kai. He couldn't travel through space. He didn't even know where he was now. If he wanted to go back to Qixing City, it would take him at least 1 or 2 months. A day later, there was no reply from Suzhan's side. Yang Kai was anxious. He thought that Suzhan was annoyed with him and tried to appease him, but he couldn't contact him again. Yang Kai immediately realized that something must have happened to Suzhan that prevented him from contacting him. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom as he secretly wondered if little fatty had been caught by Kuan Sha. If that was the case, little fatty was likely dead. Walking out of his room in a daze, Yang Kai was greeted by a warm and fragrant body. He subconsciously supported her and looked up, asking in surprise, "You are?" The person in front of him was a young girl with picturesque features and a graceful figure. As she stood in front of him, a strange fragrance wafted into his nose. This young girl was extremely beautiful, her face delicate and pretty, but her pair of eyes had the ability to captivate one's soul. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Looking carefully, he saw that her eyes were as clear as water, as if everything he had seen just now had been an illusion. The key was that he had never seen this young girl before. "She's my new servant. What are you interested in her? If you are, then take her." Yuhi's voice came from behind him. Yang Kai looked back and knew that she was still a little concerned about Lu Shui, so he laughed and said, "Why did you suddenly think of taking someone in?" Yuhi snorted, "This young lady is too lazy to serve you. Can't I take in some people to serve you?" Fine, fine, fine. Yang Kai nodded. "Do what you want." The young girl next to them saw them arguing, but she wasn't afraid and simply looked around with interest. Yuhi glared at her and said, "Why aren't you working yet? What are you looking at?" The young girl ignored her and just stared at Yang Kai without blinking, slowly walking over, looking back every 3 steps with a smile on her face. Yui's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as she cursed in her heart, "Little wench, I'll drive you out when I get back." Yang Kai looked at the young girl's back in confusion, feeling that the young girl's smile had a deep meaning, but in his perception, there was nothing strange about the young girl, making him a little puzzled. "Do you want to dig out your eyeballs and stick them on her body?" Yuhi turned her head and saw Yang Kai in a daze, her nose almost crooked from anger. Yang Kai sighed, "Yuhi, I'm afraid I've gotten into big trouble this time." "Which girl did you harm this time?" Yuhi glanced at him. "Moreover, didn't you go out with that little fatty? Why did you come back alone? Where are they?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "We were separated. I went overseas with them and provoked a sea race divine spirit." "What happened?" Yuhi's expression changed. "What kind of divine spirit did you provoke?" Speaking of business, she no longer had the mood to be jealous and instead began to worry about Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to tell Yuhi about his encounter this time when suddenly his expression changed, and he turned to look in a certain direction, exclaiming, "He caught up so quickly?" At the same time, the young girl who had stepped into another corridor also turned her head and looked in that direction. "Kuan Sha? What is he doing here? Does he want to snatch people from this queen? How bold." Yuhi was puzzled. "What do you mean he caught up?" Yang Kai had no time to explain too much and hurriedly said, "Quick, summon all the people in the mansion. We have to run away quickly." Yang Kai was puzzled. How did Kuan Sha find this place so quickly? He shouldn't know where he lived. Was he tracking the aura of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Bead? But that couldn't be right. The Ice Soul Cold Moon Bead was sent into the mysterious small world by him, so no matter how strong Kuan Sha was, it was impossible for him to sense it across worlds. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's heart sank and he sighed, "It's too late." At this moment, a stream of light suddenly appeared above Star City. It paused and revealed Kuan Sha's face. In each of his hands was a person. Yang Kai looked at them and realized one of them was Lin Feng. The other was an old man he didn't know. Lin Feng had been captured. That was normal. On the island, Yang Kai had wanted to take everybody away, but Lin Feng had wanted to escape alone, so he hadn't joined him. In front of a divine spirit, how could a cultivator from the Emperor realm escape? It was only a matter of time before Lin Feng was captured. Yang Kai had never seen the old man, so he didn't know why Kuan Sha had captured him. Chapter 4070. They couldn't escape. Yang Kai's heart sank. He hadn't thought that Kuan Sha would catch up with him so quickly. It would be extremely difficult to escape now. Yang Kai had already seen how strong Kuan Sha was when he was in the ocean. He knew that Kuan Sha could break through space. When Kuan Sha arrived, his chi filled the air and enveloped Star City. Hundreds of thousands of people felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't breathe and their faces turned deathly pale. Chun Tianfei flew out of the mansion and shouted in fear, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Activate the formation!" Rumbling sounds spread as the deployment spell of Star City was activated. Star City had been expanding rapidly, so the deployment spell had been strengthened. Lights dashed to the skies and turned into a curtain of light which enveloped the entire city. Kuan Sha lowered his head and smiled coldly. "You think you can stop me with just a curtain of light? You're dreaming." It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. With a cracking sound, a huge hole appeared in the protective array of the Star City. The Kuan shark bit down a few more times, and the array was broken in an instant. Chen Tianfei, who had just calmed down, fell down on his butt. His fat was shaking violently. On the other hand, the expressions of everyone that saw this scene turned ashen. How could they not know that the Kuan Sha was so formidable that it was invincible? Who was he? How could he be so strong? Yang Kai had fought against the Lei Guang sect and the thousands of people from Jiang'a. The Kuan Sha laughed and put Lin Feng and the old man into his mouth. The old man's eyes rolled and he fainted. Lin Feng was furious. "Kuan Sha, what are you doing?" Kuan Sha smiled ferociously. "Of course I'm going to eat you. Since we're here, you're useless." Then, he put Lin Feng into his mouth and swallowed him, but his stomach kept swelling. Lin Feng was resisting. Kuan Sha slapped his stomach and the swelling disappeared. Everybody was astonished when they saw that. They had never seen such a cruel thing. Kuan Sha had eaten someone alive. It was beyond their imagination. "Yang Kai, where are you? Come out and see me." Kuan Sha roared majestically as he scanned the entire city. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Pairs of eyes turned towards the direction of Yang Kai's residence. Many people cursed loudly. This murderous star was really up to no good. Just where had he provoked such a terrifying existence? Kuan Sha followed their gazes and soon saw Yang Kai standing in the mansion with a solemn expression. He immediately grinned and said, "Found you." He bent down and stretched out his hand to grab Yang Kai. The power of the Holy Spirit filled the air, sealing the sky and locking down the earth. Obviously, the Kuan Sha had seen him use the Space Divine technique before, so it was targeting him to prevent him from escaping again. Yang Kai felt as if the whole world had been covered by the giant hand. He couldn't see any light in front of him. With a low shout, he activated the power of the Tao Seal with all his strength. A round sun jumped out from behind him and rose slowly. Golden Crow casting sun. As soon as the divine technique Dharma idol appeared, Yang Kai finally broke free from the suppressive force, but before he could resist, he saw a pure white finger pointing at him from the mansion. Silently, the finger collided with the Kuan Sha's palm. The Kuan Sha staggered back, his power instantly broken. Kuan Sha was surprised. He lowered his head and his eyes fixed on a young woman. His eyes couldn't help narrowing as he asked, "Why are you here?" The young woman giggled. "I also want to ask, why did you come here instead of stirring up trouble in the sea?" Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw that not far away, Yui's new maidservant had her hands behind her back, standing there with a smile on her face as she looked up at the Kuan Sha. Yui was also a little dumbfounded as she stared blankly. This young woman was the one Yang Kai had bumped into before. Just now, he felt that she was a little strange, but now it seemed that it was true. Since she could easily break the Kuan Sha's attack, this young woman's strength was likely on par with the Kuan Sha. "Is this really your servant?" Yang Kai whispered to Yuhi. Yuhi was dumbfounded and nodded unconsciously. "This servant is really scary." Kai Yang swallowed his saliva. In the sky, the Kuan Sha rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Don't you know why I'm here?" The young woman smiled sweetly. "So you want to snatch him from me?" The Kuan Sha's face sank. "You also have your eyes on that boy?" "I had my eyes on him a few years ago." "Kuan Sha, you're too late," the young woman smiled. "That's not necessarily true." The Kuan Sha shook his head. "The winner takes all. Since you and I both have our eyes on this boy, let's see how strong each of us is." The young woman said indifferently, "Kuan Sha, don't humiliate yourself. If we were in the sea, this queen might be wary of you. But on land, you are not this queen's opponent." "How would you know if we haven't fought?" The Kuan Sha snorted coldly and slammed his palm down. His strength turned into a huge palm print that covered half of Star City. "You're courting death." The young woman was angry and raised her palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The buildings in Star City collapsed, and the cultivator was also injured or killed. Under this palm, the young woman soared into the sky and went straight for the Kuan Sha. The Kuan Sha's body swayed, and he retreated a few steps, thinking that he was indeed at a disadvantage when fighting this dragon lady on land. However, since he was here, if he did not fight, how could he be willing to leave? The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. For a time, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In Star City, countless cultivators were scrambling to escape for their lives, fearing that they would be affected. Qi Xing and the other heads were also ashen. Who knew which evil god Qi Xing had bumped into? Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, he had been having a bad time. First, he was tormented by Yang Kai to the point that he almost fell apart. After a few years of recuperation, two such terrifying existences appeared. This woman is also a divine spirit. Seeing the young woman fighting with the Kuan Sha, Yang Kai was horrified. Only a divine spirit could be evenly matched with the Kuan Sha and even have a slight advantage. However, he did not know who this woman was and why she was lurking in his residence. At this moment, everyone in the mansion gathered around. Yang Kai shivered and shouted in a low voice, "Go, go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat suffer." No matter who won in the end between the young woman and the Kuan Sha, he would definitely not have a good time. Originally, he wanted to let Su Zhan arrange the spirit array just in case. But now that he saw the power of these two divine spirits, Yang Kai knew that no one in the great cosmological realm could stop their power. Even if he used his full strength, he would not be able to last more than a stick of incense worth of time. There were more people in the mansion. In addition to the three from Great Moon State, Yu He, Lu Shui, and Chen Yu, there were nearly 40 people including Guazian. In addition, the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon were still outside the city. Yang Kai ordered the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon to flee quickly while putting the cultivator who had not reached the heaven-opening realm into the small sealed world. The small sealed world was its own world, so it did not matter if it accommodated the Emperor realm, but heaven-opening realm cultivators also had their own small universe, so it could not accept heaven-opening realm cultivators. After busying himself, only Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guazian were left. Yang Kai urged his strength to wrap the three of them before summoning the Space Spirit Bead and activating the power of the Space Spirit Bead, disappearing in an instant. "Smelly brat, you want to run?" The young woman was fighting with the Kuan Sha endlessly, but she still had the leisure to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. She opened her mouth and spat out something that instantly disappeared into the void. After a short while, somewhere in the void several hundred kilometers away from Star City, a large net suddenly appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai, Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guozian were all caught in the net and fell to the ground. Bastard! Yang Kai was furious and shocked. Previously, the Void Shuttle was destroyed by the Kuan Sha, causing him to be separated from Su Zhan and the others. Now, the Void Shuttle was ruined by the young woman. This time, she was even more ruthless as she directly broke through the void and caught them back. What kind of bizarre method was this? The young woman's strength was probably beyond his imagination, but because of the special principles of the Great Void Realm, she was not able to fully display it. He reached out to grab the net and tried to tear it, but there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai's heart sank. His half-dragon body was terrifyingly strong, yet this net was so tough. Not only that, it was also very sticky. He could not get rid of it once he grabbed it. With a thought, the Golden Crow True Fire emerged and burned the net, but it could not burn it. What kind of net is this? Yuhi exclaimed. She was also struggling hard, but there was nothing she could do. Instead, the more she struggled, the tighter the net became. It looks like a spider web. Lu Shui frowned. Spider web? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he looked over at the battlefield. Just as he looked over, he saw Kuan Sha's body sway and transform into his 1,000-foot-long true body. The young woman also turned around, and a terrifying monster as large as a city appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. It was an incomparably huge spider with 8 legs, a silver body, and a crescent moon mark on its back. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Yang Kai exclaimed as he stared fixedly at it. Lu Shui could not help covering her red lips, and Yuhi also gave up struggling, a bitter expression on her face. So it's her. Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder the young woman said that she had taken a fancy to him a few years ago. It turned out that her roots were in Sword Pavilion's Star Market. In Sword Pavilion's Star Market, when Yang Kai was investigating the corpse of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, he discovered the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's mark on his chest. At that time, the mark had erupted, transforming into the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's appearance and filling Yang Kai's mind. But he had to rely on the Divine Dragon's power to break it. At that time, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes watching him. Now that he thought about it, the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider must have sensed it when he broke the mark. Then, it sent Headmantis to capture him, but in the end, Headmantis was killed by him. Yang Kai thought that this matter was over, but who would have thought that after more than 2 years, he would meet the real deal? But what made Yang Kai feel strange was that since the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider found him, why didn't it attack him? Instead, it hid in his mansion. What did it want? That Kuan Sha came to find him not just for the Hailstone Cold Moon Pearl, but what were these holy spirits planning? Chapter 4071. The Kuan Shark's body was 1,000 zhang long, and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider wasn't too far off. The two colossal creatures used their respective divine abilities and fought fiercely. The earth shattered, the void trembled, and the world's spiritual energy within a radius of tens of thousands of li became extremely chaotic. The strength of the two divine spirits was similar, and they both lived in the great cosmological boundary, so they should have fought each other more than once. They knew each other very well, and their killing moves were constantly being used, causing everyone to tremble in fear. However, after watching for a while, Yang Kai discovered that the Kuan Shark was not a match for the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Just as the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider had said before, the Kuan Shark was a divine spirit born in the sea after all. If they were in the sea, she might not be a match, but on land, she was stronger. Spider silk sealed the world and gradually weaved into a net. Even with the Kuan Shark's strength, it could not escape, and when the net was formed, the Kuan Shark would be completely defeated. The Kuan Sha obviously realized this as well. It shook its head, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards a weak point. It bit off the tens of thousands of spider threads there and transformed back into its human form. It rushed out of the gap and fled quickly. A voice came from afar, "Zhu Juyin, you've won today, but don't be complacent." Let's see who has the last laugh in the spirit-seizing battle. Seeing him leave, the heavenly moon demon spider did not stop him. Its giant spider body twisted and transformed back into the innocent young girl, looking around with her hands behind her back. Several hundred kilometers away, in the spider web, Yang Kai and the others watched in horror. The power of the two divine spirits' battle was beyond imagination. Even in the great cosmological realm, they were able to display power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm. This might have something to do with the fact that they were born here, or it might have something to do with the fact that their strength was boundless. But no matter what, the power of the divine spirits was indeed unstoppable. The young girl turned around and stepped forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai and the others in a few leaps. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her beautiful eyes filled with scrutiny, like a young girl in love looking at her lover, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. He said bitterly, "Senior, how can you teach me?" The girl smiled faintly and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you, and I won't let others kill you either. You are of great use to me, and this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back first." With a wave of her hand, she summoned the spider web back. Yang Kai and the others regained their freedom, but in front of such an existence, they didn't have the slightest intention of escaping. They could only obediently follow behind her and head towards Star City. Tens of thousands of miles away, Kuan Sha stopped and said angrily, "Bitch, you ruined my plan. This is bad. That kid has been targeted by that lowly servant, Zhujuin, and I'm afraid I won't be able to snatch him away. I wonder if the other kid has died." As it spoke, it opened its mouth and spat out something. It was none other than the linfeng he had swallowed before. You're not dead yet? Good, good, good. At least you have some skills. Kuan Sha's eyes brightened. He found that although Lin Feng's face was pale, he was intact, but there was a layer of light golden protection on the surface of his body, which was corroded by his gastric acid and could be broken at any time. Lin Feng obviously didn't have the ability to resist the corrosion of Kuan Sha's gastric acid. It should be that he used the treasure given by the elders to save his life. Suddenly, Lin Feng was frightened and coughed violently. He hadn't recovered from his shock when he heard the Kuan Sha shout in a dignified manner, "Junior, you've passed my test and can be my vessel. In the next few years, I'll teach you carefully. After a few years, you have to do something for me. If you do it well, I'll spare your life. If you don't, then obediently become my food." Lin Feng raised his head and looked at him blankly. The opportunity of escaping from death made his mind confused. He didn't even hear what Kuan Sha was saying. Kuan Sha ignored him, grabbed him by the collar, and carried him to the sea. In the main hall of Yang Kai's mansion, the young woman was walking back and forth. She was touching this thing, touching that thing, as if everything was new to her. Yang Kai and the others were standing in front of the hall. They didn't dare take a deep breath. Even though the celestial moon demon spider had said that she wouldn't kill him, who knew if the dragon lady would change her mind? If she really wanted to fight, no one would be able to withstand more than 3 of her moves. Suddenly, Chinyu ran in from outside and said in a low voice, "Master, Qi Xing and the others want to see you." When the celestial moon demon spider took Yang Kai and the others back to Xing City, everybody saw it. How could Chen Tianfei and the others sit still when the celestial moon demon spider suddenly appeared in Xing City? Of course, they quickly came to pay a visit. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the celestial moon demon spider. The young woman waved her hand and said, "Tell them to get lost." She looked extremely impatient. Chen Yu shrank back and bowed respectfully. The young woman finally stopped and turned to look at Yang Kai, smiling as she asked, "Where is elder brother's body?" "Elder brother?" Yang Kai was stunned. "What elder brother? Which elder brother? Did you kill him?" the young woman asked. Yang Kai suddenly understood and quickly raised his hand, tossing out a headless corpse. It was the mantis-headed monster he had killed in Sword Pavilion Star City more than 2 years ago. But this guy's head had been pierced by the blue dragon spear, leaving only the lower half of his body. Because this monster race man's strength was quite good, and his 2 sharp blades were good materials for forging artifacts, Yang Kai had always kept his body. elder brother has followed me for many years, and I was the one who enlightened him and opened his sentience. Although he is now dead, I want to take back his body. Do you have any objections?" The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. "I wouldn't dare." Yang Kai lowered his head obediently, not daring to say a word at this time. The young woman nodded, raised her hand, and put away the mantis-headed monster's body before turning around and sitting down in the seat that originally belonged to Yang Kai. Crossing her legs and resting her cheek on her palm, she said somewhat lazily, "This queen is Zhu Jiuyin. You have all seen what my true body is. Greetings, Senior Zhu." Yang Kai quickly saluted while winking at Lu Shui, Yu He, and the others, thinking to himself, "Is this woman a heavenly moon demon spider, so her surname is Zhu?" The young woman giggled as she stared at Yang Kai and said, "This queen came out of seclusion this time specifically to find you." As soon as this statement came out, Yu He immediately turned to look at Yang Kai, a vigilant look on her face. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Does Senior know me?" "I didn't know you before, but now I do," Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, why are you looking for me? If you want to avenge Dalong, Senior would have already done it." "Of course it's not to avenge Dalong. Otherwise, how could you still be alive? This queen came here to ask you to do me a favor. If this favor is successful, the enmity of you killing Dalong will be written off. Otherwise, I will properly settle it with you." Yang Kai was speechless and said, "What does Senior want me to do?" If she couldn't do it, how could he do it? "You will naturally know when the time comes. It's useless to know now. What you need to do now is to improve your strength as soon as possible. The stronger, the better. Before you help me, I will live here, so don't think about running away." Zhu Jiuyin's gaze turned and looked at Yu He and Lu Shui. "You two follow me. This queen needs servants." Yu He was speechless. She was a 5th-grade splitter and was actually treated as a servant. However, thinking about Zhu Jiuyin's identity and strength, he was indeed qualified. If this kind of existence went outside, he would at least be equivalent to a high-grade splitter. Zhu Jiuyin really stayed in the mansion and chose the best bedroom, which was originally Yang Kai's residence. He had nothing to do all day, so he led Yu He and Lu Shui to wander around the Star Market. He bought a lot of random things, which made people speechless. She was a sacred spirit, celestial moon demon spider. She had always lived in the depths of the mountains. Even though her strength was tyrannical, she couldn't help but feel some novelty when she saw this lively world. Yang Kai was confused by her. This woman only asked him to do her a favor, but she didn't say how he would help her. She only said that he would know when the time came, which made him confused. However, since it was a request from a sacred spirit, it was definitely not a small matter. Yang Kai could only speed up his cultivation. Unfortunately, he couldn't cook without rice. The power of yin and yang and the 5 elements in his Dao seal was stuck on the metal element. Without a suitable metal element power, there was no way to continue condensing the power of his Dao seal. He already had the water element, but without condensing the metal element, there was no way to condense the water element. He could only take the dragon blood pill every day to strengthen his body and purify his bloodline power, and then comprehend the wood and earth divine technique. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and quickly took out a communication bead, immersing his mind into it. Then, he was overjoyed and sent a message, "Brother Su, are you okay?" This communication bead was the means of communication with Su Zhan. Previously, Su Zhan suddenly disappeared, which made Yang Kai quite worried. He didn't know if he was alive or dead, but he didn't expect that Su Zhan would take the initiative to send a message today. "Not dead yet, but the situation is not good," Su Zhan replied. "What happened? Why was there no news from before? What about the others?" "The others are fine for the time being, but it seems that the days ahead won't be too good. Brother Yang, you have to make plans early. You are too outstanding and will be targeted sooner or later." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "Targeted by who?" Su Zhan said, "Brother Yang, have you ever heard of the bearer?" "Never heard of it." Su Zhan said, "I only saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors and didn't take it seriously, but now I know that it is true. In the great cosmological realm, there is more than one divine spirit." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "I know this, Sujin was surprised. How did you know? Did you encounter one? Yang Kai said with a headache, not only did I encounter one, there is one in my residence now. Sujin didn't reply for a long time, and Yang Kai thought that something had happened to him again, so he sent a few messages. Sujin replied, Brother Yang, you are indeed being targeted. In that case, it is convenient for me to explain it to you. Did the divine spirit on your side ask you to do her a favor? Yang Kai was surprised. How did Brother Su know this? Sujin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because I am the same. We are really in the same boat. Chapter 4072. You too? Yang Kai was shocked. You were also captured by the sacred spirits? The sacred spirit that captured me is called Zhu Yin, and its strength is extraordinary. Which sacred spirit captured you? Yang Kai muttered, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. After a simple exchange, Yang Kai learned that Su Zhan had been teleported to an unknown place after being separated from him. As a result, he encountered Zhu Yin on the way back and was accidentally captured. Yang Kai was puzzled. What do these sacred spirits want? The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider only said that she wanted me to help her with something, but when I asked again, she didn't say anything. Also, what's with the bearer you mentioned before? Sigh. Sujin sighed heavily. This is why I sent you a message. The great cosmological realm is ancient, and there are countless sacred spirits living here. However, these sacred spirits are born here, raised here, and limited here. In the great cosmological realm, no matter how strong they are, it is difficult for them to fully display their strength. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were indeed very strange. He previously thought that the great cosmological realm's small universe world was sealed by the great cosmological realm's fog, causing the heaven-splitting cultivators to be unable to display their strength. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Even those sacred spirits were restricted from displaying their strength, let alone a mere lower or middle-grade heaven-splitting cultivator. Although Zhu Juyin and Kuan Sha were fighting fiercely before, they were far from displaying the strength that sacred spirits should have. On the sacred spirit list, whether it was the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider or Kuan Sha, their rankings were comparable to Miameng, but how terrifying was Miameng's power? The power displayed by Zhu Juyin and Kuan Sha was only a fraction of its strength, giving people a feeling that they did not live up to their name. This should be the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm, and not simply because of the great cosmological realm's fog. Su Zhan's divine sense came out of the communication bead and transmitted his message. These divine spirits are equivalent to living in a huge cage. Brother Yang, if you were them, would you do this? Yang Kai's heart trembled, and after thinking carefully, he said solemnly, Of course I would want to jump out of this cage. The almighty figures were definitely unwilling to accept the current situation and would definitely think of ways to change it, and the most convenient way was to leave the great cosmological realm. That's right. The sacred spirits also think the same way. They also want to jump out of this cage, break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm, and restore all their might. But they are living beings of this world. How could it be easy to break free? Is this related to the bearer you mentioned before? Yang Kai asked.
Yes.
Su Zhan replied. The sacred spirits can't leave the great cosmological realm on their own. They can only find someone to take them out, and that person is the bearer they are looking for. Find someone to bring them out. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Can the holy spirits of this place be brought out? If that was the case, then wouldn't his Six Directions Rui pouch be a treasure? When he was about to leave, he could just put Zhu Juyin into the bag. You can bring them out, but only one at a time. And you need some special opportunities. Su Zhan seemed to know what Yang Kai was thinking. I know that Brother Yang has a treasure that can hold living things, but that thing is useless. Even if you put the sacred spirits in it, without that opportunity, you will be stopped by the great cosmological realm when you leave. The reason why the sacred spirits are looking for a bearer is to fight for that opportunity to break free from the shackles of the great cosmological realm. What's that opportunity? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I'm not too sure. I just saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors. Back then, The ancestors of the divine cauldron grotto heaven also fell into the great cosmological realm and competed with the tide of that era, leaving behind some information about this place. He succeeded. He failed. Suzhen sighed. The glory of that era belonged to a senior of the Xinyuan grotto heaven. He took away a sacred spirit from the great cosmological realm, and that sacred spirit became his Tao protector, guarding him for 1,000 years before leaving the Xinyuan grotto heaven. Tao protector. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Bodyguard, thug, guard. Anyway, that's what it means. Suzhen chuckled. We worked hard for those sacred spirits and risked our lives, so we have to get some benefits from them. That senior of the Xinyuan grotto heaven was amazing. He negotiated with that sacred spirit to be his Tao protector for 1,000 years, and that sacred spirit had no choice but to agree. Brother Yang, I'm going to have a good talk with this Zhu Yan on my side. TSK, think about how awe-inspiring it would be to have a sacred spirit with you when you go out in the future. Yang Kai was speechless. How could such a condition be put forward? If he angered that person, he wouldn't know how to spell the word death. Thank you for telling me, Brother Su. This information is very important to me. Yang Kai replied gratefully. He had been thinking about what Zhu Juyin wanted him to do, and why he wanted him to improve his strength. Now that he heard Suzhen's words, he knew the reason. It seemed that the reason why the Kuan shark chased him all the way here was not only because he had stolen the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl, but also because of the bearer. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the whereabouts of the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl before he left. Anyway, I won't tell you. You will know in the future, but you and I are both bearers, and there will be a time to fight in the future. For the benefit of my divine cauldron, Brother Yang, when the time comes, I will not show mercy. That's how it should be. And Ning Daoran and the others, they probably won't be able to escape either. Those holy spirits have sharp eyes. They haven't made any movements these past few years, probably because they are observing those of us who have fallen into this place and choosing suitable bearers. Now that the Zhu Yin and the heavenly moon demon spider have made their moves, the other holy spirits will definitely not be able to sit still. I reckon that Ning Daoran and the others will all be captured by the holy spirits. It's just a matter of time. When the time comes, there will definitely be a confrontation between us. Let's not talk about it for now. After saying that, Suzhen cut off the connection. Yang Kai silently put away the communication bead and digested the news he had received from Suzhen. Bearers, the only opportunity to get rid of the shackles of the great void realm, and protectors. He had never heard of such information, right? There was also Lin Feng. In that case, Lin Feng should not be in danger. He was also a disciple of the Heavenly Cave, and his background was extraordinary. He was definitely one of the candidates for the bearer. The Kuan shark should not kill him. It was estimated that he would be chosen as the bearer. But in this way, some of the doubts in his heart could be solved. Zhu Juyin did not kill him, nor did he make things difficult for him. He also wanted him to cultivate well. Obviously, he wanted him to help her snatch the opportunity to leave. The battle of spirit seizing? Yang Kai recalled the harsh words the Kuan shark had left before he left. Although he did not know what the battle of spirit seizing meant, he thought it should be related to the opportunity. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai stepped into the lobby. In the lobby, Zhu Juyin was sitting in a chair, while Lu Shui and Yuhi were busy. The ground was full of messy things that the three of them had swept from the star market. Most of them were women's accessories. Yuhi stood in front of Zhu Juyin with a mirror. Lu Shui took the accessories for Zhu Juyin to wear. She looked left and right in front of the mirror. If she liked it, she kept it. If she didn't like it, she threw it aside. When Yang Kai came in, he saw the scene of Zhu Juyin pitying himself in front of the mirror. He couldn't help but be speechless. Yuhi turned her head and looked at him with an aggrieved face. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Senior. Zhu Juyin played with the headdress on his head and didn't raise his eyelids. What are you doing here instead of cultivating? He turned his head sideways and asked Yuhi, how about this? Yuhi said, it looks good. It wasn't flattery. It was indeed beautiful. After all, she was a heavenly moon demon spider. She was beautiful and looked good on anything. It's a bit too gaudy. Zhu Juyin shook his head. He took off the headdress and threw it aside. Yang Kai took the chance to say, Senior wants me to cultivate. I want to cultivate too. It's a pity that I can't continue. Why? Zhu Juyin raised his head and looked at him. Without treasures, I can't condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Yang Kai lowered his head. Nonsense. Zhu Juyin curled his lips. You stole the Kuan shark's moon essence. Do you think I don't know? That thing came from the land of elders. It was originally a moon essence core. It's enough for you to refine for a long time. Land of elders? Moon essence core? Yang Kai's body shook. Senior is talking about the hailstone cold moon pearl? What hailstone cold moon pearl? Zhu Juyin said in disdain. He waved his hand and had Yu He stand aside. He looked at Yang Kai and said, This great cosmological realm originally had a moon and a sun. However, too much time passed and the sun was extinguished, the moon crumbled. A piece of moon essence fell into the land of elders. Later, it was taken out by someone and fell into the hands of the Kuan shark. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Although he knew that the hailstone cold moon pearl was an innate supreme treasure, he didn't expect it to be a moon essence core. No wonder it emitted light like moonlight but was cold to the touch. As for where the land of elders was, Yang Kai didn't know. However, it should be a secret place in the great cosmological realm. After calming his mind and suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Yang Kai said, That won't do. Senior, I have now condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth. Next, I need to condense the power of metal element and then the power of water element. The moon essence should be the power of water element. I still lack a suitable metal element treasure. Without the metal element, there's nothing I can do even if I have the water element. What do you mean? Zhu Juyin looked at him with a smile. It would be best if Senior could reward me with a metal element treasure. Senior has been the flowing time great emperor of the great cosmological realm for a long time. The great cosmological realm is rich in treasures, so you should have a lot of metal element treasures. So you're here for benefits. Zhu Juyin smiled and rested his cheek on his hand. He looked at Yang Kai lazily and said, Okay, tell me, what treasure do you want? If I have it, I'll give it to you. No matter what treasure it is, as long as it's a metal element above the 7th grade. Junior's request is not high. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Zhu Jiyin's face suddenly darkened. Not high request? Anything above the 7th grade? Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Was this request too much? He gathered his courage and nodded. Chapter 4073. Zhu Juyin said angrily, And you say your request isn't high. Do you know what it means to be above 7th grade? What does it mean? Yang Kai asked weakly. Zhu Juyin snorted and said, That means you have to kill someone who is at the same level as me and take his inner core. If you really want to do that, I can point you to a good place to go. 1,000,000 miles west from here, there is an annoying guy called Jin Wu. You can kill him and take his inner core. It is at least an 8th-tier treasure. Cold sweat dripped down Yang Kai's forehead. Senior, you're joking. That Jin Wu was also a sacred spirit. If he really had that ability, he wouldn't need to be docile and respectful in front of her. He would have broken through the heavens long ago. Junior doesn't necessarily need the sacred spirit's inner core to obtain the metal element treasure. Is there no other treasure in the great cosmological realm that fits the criteria? There were some in the past. Zhu Juyin revealed a look of reminiscence. But there were none later. Why? Yang Kai didn't understand. You're not the only guests in the great cosmological realm. If there were good things, wouldn't those despicable fellows plunder them? Why would they leave them for you? If you want something above 7th grade, you have to kill those sacred spirits and seize their inner cores. Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It made sense. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, they weren't the only group of guests over the years. How could those seniors be merciful when they came here? If there were good things, they would have collected them long ago. He was able to obtain the Earth Element Dragon Ball because of his bloodline. He was able to obtain the Moon Essence because it was a sacred object of the sea race. With the Kuan shark guarding it, it would be difficult to obtain the metal element. Why do you want something above 7th grade? Zhu Juyin looked at Yang Kai in confusion. I know your cultivation method. You condense a Tao seal in your body and then condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements to achieve heaven opening. If it's 7th grade, wouldn't it be high-grade heaven opening? Yes. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Junior's ambition is high, and I want to achieve high-grade heaven opening. Zhu Juyin blinked and laughed. You're the most ambitious person I've ever met. Yang Kai keenly grasped something. Senior, did you have a bearer before? Zhu Juyin was surprised. You know about the bearer? This isn't a secret, is it? Yang Kai smiled and pretended to be profound. Zhu Juyin scrutinized him and said, You have an extraordinary background, so it's not strange that you know about this. Since you know about the bearer, you definitely know what I want you to do. Yang Kai nodded. Seize the opportunity to escape from this cage. That's why I came here to seek benefits from you. Only when I'm strong will I have a greater chance to compete with the other heroes and take the lead. That's true. Zhu Juyin nodded. However, if you want metal elemental treasures of the 7th tier and above, I can't do anything about it. As for the 6th tier, I have quite a number of them. Yang Kai was speechless. He also had a few dozen Divine Essences magnetism stones. The Divine Essences magnetism gourd also contained a lot of Divine Essences magnetism light. If he was willing to use a Divine Essences magnetism stone, why would he need to beg Zhu Juyin? How about this? Zhu Juyin pondered for a moment and said, Condense the water element first. I'll send someone to scout for the metal elemental treasures. Maybe there are some that I missed. If there are, I'll find them for you. Yang Kai was puzzled. If I don't condense the metal elemental treasures, how can I condense the water element? Zhu Juyin sneered. Normal people can only condense according to the 5 elemental treasures. However, I have a wonderful technique that can allow you to ignore this order and condense as you wish. Yang Kai's body shook. There's such a wonderful technique in this world? Yu He and Lu Shui also looked over in surprise. One of them was at the 4th tier, and the other was at the 5th tier, so they were considered knowledgeable. However, they had never heard of such a technique. If there was such a wonderful technique, wouldn't it break the countless years of cultivation system outside the universe? If such a thing appeared in the world, it would definitely set off a bloodbath. Zhu Juyin said faintly, Originally, there wasn't such a technique. However, I once had a bearer who was astonishingly talented and created this wonderful technique. His situation was similar to yours at that time. He had an item for the next stage of cultivation in his hands, but he was missing the middle part. He couldn't find it anywhere and had no choice but to cross the stage to cultivate. However, I have to tell you that although this technique is wonderful, it is a little whimsical and has some risks. If your foundation is not enough, it is very likely that the 5 elemental treasures will collapse and your Dao seal will shatter. Do you still want to continue? Do you still want to learn it? Yang Kai quickly nodded his head. No matter how dangerous this technique was, it was always right to learn it first. If he really couldn't do it, he could just not cultivate it. Anyway, he was still young and had a lot of time. There was no need to rush. Zhu Juyin nodded his head and gently lifted his finger to tap on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled, and he felt countless information pouring into his mind. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. After a long while, his body suddenly trembled and he came back to his senses. He had a look of admiration on his face. The person who created this technique is simply gifted by the heavens. This technique was called the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Xian Universe Heart Sutra. If one were to use this technique to condense the Yin-Yang 5 elemental treasures, there was no need to worry about the order of the 5 elemental treasures. It could be said that one could cultivate it as one wished. However, using this technique to condense the power would have a much greater impact on the Dao seal than normal cultivation. If the Dao seal wasn't firm enough, one wouldn't be able to cultivate it. This was the danger that Zhu Juyin mentioned. However, correspondingly, using this technique to condense the power of the Yin-Yang 5 elemental treasures had some benefits. Once one succeeded in splitting open the sky, one's ability would be stronger. This was because the Dao seal would withstand an unimaginable impact and its foundation would be firm. Naturally, it would be incomparable to others. Yang Kai was full of praise. Zhu Juyin said that this was a technique created by one of her bearers. It could be seen how amazing that bearer was. However, what made young Kai feel strange was that since the creator was so impressive, why couldn't he bring Zhu Juyin out of the great cosmological realm? As if she saw the doubts in young Kai's heart, Zhu Juyin said, "That person is dead. He died in the battle of spirit seizing. If not for that, with his talent, how could I be trapped here?" Young Kai swallowed his saliva. "That person died because of this technique? That's not it. This technique was deduced by me and him together. It's considered more complete. He died because he was the tallest tree in the forest. He was besieged by many other bearers and died." Yang Kai nodded. This way, he was relieved. Since someone had successfully cultivated the reverse yin yang 5 elemental Shin universe heart sutra, he would definitely be able to do it too. There was no reason that he couldn't walk the path paved by his predecessor. He couldn't wait to comprehend the mystery of this technique. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to talk to Zhu Juyin anymore. He excused himself and returned to the secret room to meditate. Day after day, month after month. The reverse yin yang 5 elemental Shin universe heart sutra was extensive and profound. Yang Kai comprehended it for half a year before he could be considered to have some understanding. However, even so, he didn't dare to try it. The grade of the moon essence was extremely high. After all, it was a connate cardinal treasure. If he didn't have complete confidence, forcefully condensing it would only damage the Tao seal. If he wanted to try, there were two key points. One was that the power of the 5 elements couldn't be harmonized. Under normal circumstances, he should first condense the power of the metal element and then the water element. However, he didn't have a suitable metal element now, so he could only skip this stage. As a result, the power of the 5 elements would definitely be in chaos. This required the reverse yin yang 5 elemental Shin universe heart sutra to be harmonized. This wasn't a big problem. The reverse yin yang 5 elemental Shin universe heart sutra was created for this moment. The biggest problem was that the Tao seal wasn't strong enough. Yang Kai was blessed by nature. He first condensed the essence of the immortal tree to form the power of the wood element and laid an incomparably strong foundation. Then, he condensed the fire element. With the wood element suppressing it, there was no danger. There was no need to talk about the earth element. The earth dragon pearl came from the same source as him, so there was no danger in condensing it. However, if he wanted to condense the water element now, the strength of the Tao seal was still lacking. Yang Kai had no choice but to come out and consult Zhu Juyin. He believed that the previous bearer had a similar experience. Since he had succeeded in his cultivation, he definitely solved this problem. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Zhu Juyin casually threw a jade bottle to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it. As he opened the bottle, he asked confusedly, "What is this?" Zhu Juyin said lazily, "I don't know what this is either. That brat once called it Daoi holy water." The brat she was talking about was undoubtedly the bearer who created the reverse yin yang 5 elements Shin Yu Heart Sutra. Daoi holy water? Yu He and Lu Shui exclaimed in unison. Their beautiful faces turned pale. Zhu Juyin turned to look at them. Yang Kai also looked at them. Is this thing very famous? She didn't know much about the world outside of the universe. Naturally, she didn't know what Daoi holy water meant. Yu He hurriedly said, "It's good stuff. It's a treasure." Lu Shui also nodded vigorously at the side. She looked at the jade bottle in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze. Yang Kai was enraptured when he heard this. It must be something good given by Senior. But what's the use of this thing? Yu He said, "It's used to strengthen the Tao seal. You also know that a cultivator's aptitude is limited. The fundamental reason is the Tao seal. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 3rd grade. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 6th grade. This is the limit that the Tao seal can withstand. The difference is that the Tao seal is condensed from everyone's own Tao. Once formed, it can't be easily changed. It can be said that when the Tao seal is condensed, this person's future achievements are basically determined. But if there's Daoi holy water, then it's possible to go one step further. Using this holy water to strengthen the Tao seal, one can condense power of a higher grade and surpass one's original limit?" Yang Kai finally understood and was wild with joy. "That's right." Yu He nodded. Back then, she achieved the 5th grade to split open the sky. This meant that the limit of her Tao seal was to withstand the impact of the 5th grade. But at that time, if she had the help of the Daoi holy water, achieving the 6th grade would not be a problem. The premise was that she could find enough 6th grade materials. But the Daoi holy water was extremely rare. In this 3,000 worlds, for countless years, there were only a few times. Legend had it that someone had obtained the Daoi holy water. Chapter 4074. This Daoi divine water was indeed a good thing. Yang Kai put it away happily and asked Zhu Jiuyin about the refining method before returning to the secret room and continuing his seclusion. In the secret room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and activated the formation to avoid being disturbed. Only then did he carefully take out the jade bottle that contained the Daoi divine water and open the bottle. There was not much Daoi divine water left in the jade bottle, only half a bottle. There were only a few dozen drops left, which should have been used by Zhu Jiuyin. However, a drop of Daoi divine water was hard to find, and a few dozen drops were enough for Yang Kai to use. Calming his qi and concentrating, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he reached into the jade bottle and wrapped a drop of Daoi divine water. Inside the jade bottle, there was nothing special about the divine water, but once it was exposed, it emitted an extremely strange fragrance. Yang Kai's nose twitched, and his eyes couldn't help but become lax as he muttered to himself, so fragrant, this thing must be very delicious to eat. As he said that, his divine sense wrapped around the drop of Daoi divine water and sent it to his mouth. But in the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly shook and regained his senses. He quickly closed his mouth and imprinted the drop of Daoi divine water on his glabella. This divine water was not meant to be consumed, but to be refined with the Tao seal, just like refining the power of yin and yang 5 elements. If it was consumed rashly, it would not have the slightest effect. Zhu Jiuyin had also told him that there would be some interference when refining this Daoi divine water, but he did not take it to heart. Only now did he realize that he was a little careless. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise he might have really wasted a drop. It was strange, the Daoi divine water was clearly a tangible thing, but when it was imprinted on his glabella, it completely disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt that his Tao seal was slightly cold, as if something had invaded it. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in investigating. Under inspection, he saw that his Tao seal was covered with a layer of watery light, and the Daoi divine water was constantly invading his Tao seal. A strange power spread out and was absorbed by his Tao seal. As time passed, Yang Kai did feel that his Tao seal was becoming stronger. The Tao seal was the manifestation of each cultivator's own Tao. When condensing the Tao seal, all the power of a cultivator would be immersed in the Tao seal. The foundation of a cultivator was directly related to the strength of the Tao seal. If the foundation was good, then the seal would be stronger. Although no one had classified the Tao seal, in fact, the Tao seal of a cultivator could be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Yang Kai's Tao was the void Tao, and he was extremely proficient in the Tao of space. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of so many low-rank and mid-rank heaven-opening masters after snatching the Golden Crow's corpse. The Tao of space was one of the 3,000 Taos, and it was an extremely profound Tao. Yang Kai used the Tao of space to condense his Tao seal, so it was naturally incomparable to others. This was also one of the foundations of him being able to condense power above the 7th grade. The other foundation was the wood elemental energy condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. This was also an opportunity, but even so, his Tao seal still had a lot of room for improvement. Fortunately, he had not reached the heaven-opening realm yet. If he had, it would have been completely fixed, and even the Daoi divine water would have been powerless. When the mysterious Daoi divine water entered his Tao seal, there was a trace of coldness at first, but then a warm and comfortable feeling came from the Tao seal. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and focused on refining it. However, refining the Daoi divine water was really difficult. That small drop of water took Yang Kai a whole month to completely refine. Comparing the difference between his Tao seal and the one before, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that the increase was not too great, at most 10%. However, on second thought, his Tao seal was already extraordinary, so the Dao-E divine water could not increase it by too much. If it were someone else's Dao seal, it would not be like this. If a drop of Dao-E divine water could increase it by 10%, wouldn't 10 drops double? Without stopping, he released his divine sense to wrap around a drop of Dao-E divine water and continued to refine it. There were at least a few dozen drops of Dao-E divine water in that jade bottle. This was a rare opportunity, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to increase his Dao seal to its maximum level. As he refined drop after drop of Dao-E divine water, his Dao seal became more and more solid, but as time passed, the benefits of refining the Dao-E divine water gradually decreased. Another year passed, and Yang Kai opened his eyes and exhaled slightly. During this year, he had consumed a dozen drops of Dao-E divine water and raised his Dao seal to its limit. Refining more Dao-E divine water was useless and would only be a waste. Keeping the jade bottle, Yang Kai examined himself and was very satisfied. Now, even if there was a 9th grade material in front of him, he was confident that he could easily refine it. He did not have to worry that his Dao seal could not withstand it. The benefits of this closed-door cultivation were too great. His Dao seal was stable, and not only could it allow him to condense a higher grade of power in the future, even if he encountered any divine technique that targeted his Dao seal, he did not have to be too afraid. He came out of closed-door cultivation again and went to see Zhu Juyin. He saw Zhu Juyin in the courtyard, giving a lecture to the Scarlet Jiao. He did not know what language she was speaking, and Yang Kai could not understand it at all. He only felt that the voice was like a pearl falling on a jade plate, containing the truth of the great Tao and resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The Scarlet Jiao did not notice his arrival at all and listened attentively. After a while, Zhu Juyin smiled. "All right, let's stop here for today. Go back and cultivate properly." The Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon nodded slightly to express their gratitude. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao immediately crawled over and swam around Yang Kai's feet. The Earth Dragon was much more direct. It opened its mouth and wriggled nonstop. Its mucus was thrown everywhere, and there were bursts of scratching sounds coming from the ground. Yang Kai was speechless. He threw 2 dragon blood pills to them and asked them to scram. With a rumble, the 2 big fellows obtained the dragon blood pills and left through the tunnel that was opened up earlier. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior, why are you in the mood to teach them today?" He listened for a while just now. Although he did not know what Zhu Juyin was talking to the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, he faintly felt that he was helping them to open up their intelligence. The reason why the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Jiao could not transform was not because they were not strong enough, but because their intelligence had not been opened. With Zhu Juyin's teaching, their transformation would be much earlier. Zhu Juyin smiled slightly. "I had nothing to do, so I found something to do. However, I was still a little curious as to why their bloodline is so pure. So it's because of you." She clearly saw the origin of the dragon blood pills. Whether it was the Scarlet Jiao or the Earth Dragon, they all had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. It was just that it was very faint. After continuously consuming the dragon blood pills for the past few years, their dragon race bloodline had greatly improved and had already surpassed the limits of their respective races. "Why are you looking for me?" Zhu Juyin asked. Yang Kai said, "I want to ask about the metal element treasure." "There is no clue." Zhu Juyin slowly shook her head. The million troops under her had all moved out and searched 3 feet in the entire great cosmological abyss, but they could not find any information about metal element treasures above the 7th grade. Not only the metal element, but the other 5 elements were also not found. Just as she said before, they were not the only batch of guests in the great cosmological abyss. Since ancient times, batches and batches of cultivator had been devoured, and there was no lack of outstanding talents. Many of the precious treasures in the great cosmological abyss had already been plundered clean. Even if the sacred spirits had some collections, they had given them to their respective inheritors to increase their strength so that they could snatch the opportunity to leave during the spirit-seizing battle. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed. If Zhu Juyin could not find a metal element treasure above the 7th grade, then he did not have much hope. "Now, there may only be 2 places that have what you need," Zhu Juyin said softly. "Which 2 places?" "One is the Golden Vulture Palace, which is Jin Wu's territory." Yang Kai's face darkened. Forget about that. A year ago, Zhu Juyin had also mentioned Jin Wu. If he could kill him and seize his inner core, he could satisfy Yang Kai's needs. However, Jin Wu was a sacred spirit after all, and Zhu Juyin might not be his match. The other place is the land of everlastingness. There are more treasures left there. Where is the land of everlastingness? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The moon essence came from the land of everlastingness. Zhu Juyin had once said that the great cosmological abyss originally had a sun and a moon. However, too much time had passed, and the sun had been extinguished and the moon had collapsed. A piece of moon essence had fallen into the land of everlastingness and was taken out by someone, landing in the hands of Kuan Sha. The land of everlastingness is where the spirit-seizing battle is, and it has not started yet. Zhu Juyin shook his head slowly. Yang Kai was indignant that it had not started yet. However, the land of everlastingness was where the spirit-seizing battle was. Didn't that mean that he could only go in and search for suitable metal element treasures during the spirit-seizing battle? Zhu Juyin wanted him to improve his strength for the spirit-seizing battle. There was no time at all. Can't you just make do and use a 6th-grade metal element? Zhu Juyin frowned and looked at him. Yang Kai said solemnly, "This is related to the Great Tao. It is my lifelong pursuit. How can I make do?" Zhu Juyin smiled, thinking that it was not up to him when the time came. He changed the topic and said, "How's the cultivation of the technique?" "Almost there." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Black Universe Heart Sutra was profound, he had comprehended it for a long time and had gained some insights. Now that his Tao seal had been strengthened to the limit, there should not be any danger if he were to condense the water element. Then go and condense the water element. I will protect you. Yang Kai was about to refuse when Zhu Juyin said, "Your life and death is related to my future. It is not up to you to decide. I might as well tell you that those old fellows have already found their respective inheritors and are nurturing them vigorously. The spirit-seizing battle is bound to be a life and death battle." Then, all right. He could not win against Zhu Juyin and could only nod his head in agreement. They agreed to go into seclusion 3 days later to condense the water element. Yang Kai found Yu He and asked about what happened when he was in seclusion. It was not a big deal. Now that the divine spirit, the heavenly moon magic spider, was guarding the Star City, who would dare to invade? Hence, it was peaceful. Chapter 4075. 3 days later, in the secret chamber, Yang Kai and Zhu Juyin sat opposite each other. I have already imparted you the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra. You need to remember that this sutra consumes a lot of your mind, so you must not let your guard down. Zhu Juyin instructed solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Don't worry." He grabbed at the void and a scepter appeared in his hand. On top of the scepter, there was a round bead shining brightly. It was the moon essence. A dense water element she immediately spread out. If Yang Kai had not seen the power of this thing with his own eyes, he would not have thought that there was such a huge danger hidden in this gentle water power. This scepter was also forged with extremely high-grade materials. Otherwise, it would be impossible to embed the moon essence in it. However, Yang Kai only wanted the water element power in the moon essence, so this scepter was useless to him. He reached out and took the moon essence. The moment it touched his hand, Yang Kai could not help but shiver. He felt a bone-chilling coldness spread out from his palm and instantly corroded his mind, as if it was going to freeze his soul. On his palm, a layer of frost spread up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it reached his elbow. With a whoosh, a pitch-black flame burned and dispersed the shocking coldness. The frost gradually melted. Zhu Juyin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Golden Crow primordial fire? She was also a sacred spirit, so she was naturally sensitive to the sacred spirit fire. She could not help but nod slightly. This brat in front of her had the Golden Crow primordial fire, so the danger of refining the moon essence was greatly reduced. Water and fire were incompatible, so it would be able to suppress the coldness of the moon essence to a large extent. "Senior, I will begin," Yang Kai said. He then closed his eyes and immersed his mind. He activated the power of the Dao Seal and absorbed the coldness of the moon essence. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice. Even his thoughts became a little sluggish. The coldness of the moon essence that was originally suppressed erupted again and froze his palms. His flesh was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, the moon essence was only emitting coldness instinctively, so he could suppress it with the golden crow primordial fire. Now that he actively absorbed the power of the moon essence, the golden crow primordial fire could not suppress it. The flames burned fiercely, but the coldness showed signs of suppressing the golden crow primordial fire. Zhu Juin's expression changed. She paid close attention to Yang Kai's actions. She was waiting to immediately stop. Yang Kai was her chosen carrier, so she naturally could not watch him die. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find such an outstanding carrier. In other words, if Yang Kai died because of this, she could only wait for the next opening of the Great Void Realm to find a vessel to seize opportunities for herself. As far as the eye could see, a layer of green light suddenly emerged from the flesh that was corroded by the cold and was rapidly withering away. That light was filled with exuberant vitality, and even Zhu Juin couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. He really couldn't figure out what kind of wood attribute Qi Yang Kai had condensed to actually possess such powerful strength. The power of the wood element lingered. The withered flesh healed and regained its luster. Then, it continued to wither and heal under the coldness. The cycle repeated. It looked extremely dangerous, but there was a delicate balance between them. This did not mean that the moon essence's power surpassed the combined power of the immortal tree and the golden crow primordial fire. However, both the immortal tree and the golden crow primordial fire had been condensed in the seal by Yang Kai. He was not strong enough, so the power he could unleash was limited. The moon essence, on the other hand, was in his hand. After it was activated, its power was fully displayed. Naturally, he could fight against two. Yang Kai and Zhu Juin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The golden crow primordial fire and the power of the immortal tree had finally suppressed the coldness of the moon essence. However, the withering of his flesh naturally brought about unbearable pain. But Yang Kai remained motionless like a dried-up well, his mind focused solely on the Dao Seal. The ancient seal was originally filled with 3 kinds of power. Now, there was an additional coldness. That was the power of the moon essence. The balance that existed in the seal was instantly broken. The 5 elements were in chaos. Regardless of whether it was the wood element, fire element, or earth element, they were all attacking the seal. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he felt his soul tremble. The blood qi in his chest surged as he thought to himself, "This kind of condensing is really dangerous. If I didn't use the Daoi Divine Water to strengthen my Dao Seal, I'm afraid I really would have died." After all, the power in his seal was of a very high grade. The impact was not small. The seal from before could not hold on for long. However, the seal was different now. It was strengthened by more than 10 drops of Daoi Divine Water. In terms of toughness, it was almost twice as strong as before. It could still withstand the impact. He quickly activated the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xianyu Heart Sutra to harmonize the 5 elements. As the technique was activated, the chaotic power of the 5 elements gradually restored its order. Yang Kai was delighted when he saw that. Although he knew that the technique had such an effect when he comprehended the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xianyu Heart Sutra, he did not practice it himself. He was a little uneasy. Now that he tried it, the 5 elements immediately returned to their original position. He knew that the technique was indeed effective. It could allow the cultivator to ignore the number of times the 5 elements generated each other to condense power. As such, he did not need to rush to find a suitable metal element treasure. There would always be a chance to come across it in the future. It would not be too late to condense it when he found it. However, Yang Kai soon discovered the drawback of the technique. Just as Zhu Juin said, the technique consumed a lot of the mind. It needed to be activated all the time. Once it was interrupted, the 5 elements would be in chaos. The reason why Zhu Juin wanted to protect him was to guard against such danger. With her strength, if she sensed that something was wrong, she could forcibly stop it. She would not let Yang Kai suffer any fundamental damage. At this moment, after observing closely, he found that Yang Kai was fine and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this little brat's mental strength was quite extraordinary. Although his previous bearer was also quite good, it was still somewhat inferior to Yang Kai's. At the very least, his previous bearer hadn't been able to restore the 5 elements in such a short period of time. It had taken a lot of effort. However, she didn't know that Yang Kai's mind power was much stronger than a cultivator of the same level. When he obtained the soul-warming lotus, after so many years, the soul-warming lotus nourished Yang Kai's mind all the time. No matter what stage he was at, his mind power was much stronger than his peers. Later, when he consummated with Yu Ru Ming, he obtained the primordial yin power that she had cultivated for many years from her. Yu Ru Ming was a succubus demon saint. Among all the demon saint great emperors, her mind power was second to none. The primordial yin power made Yang Kai's mind power soar again. It almost reached the level of the great emperors. Later, when he became the great emperors of the void, his mind power naturally rose as well. Therefore, to Yang Kai, it wasn't too difficult for him to split his attention to maintain the circulation of the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xian Yu Heart Sutra. His physical body was unaffected. The coldness was suppressed by the golden crow primordial fire, and the wood elemental power repaired his damaged physical body. His mind was unaffected. His powerful divine will was enough for Yang Kai to multitask. His Dao seal was unaffected. The Dao seal was strengthened by the Dao-yi divine water, and it could withstand the impact of the 5 elements. The first step was taken, and the next step was simple. As time passed, the power in the moon essence was continuously refined into the Dao seal by Yang Kai, turning into the water elemental power. The moon essence in Yang Kai's hand gradually dimmed. Zhu Juyin suddenly lowered her head and stared at the moon essence in Yang Kai's hand. She didn't pay much attention to it before as she was fully focused on Yang Kai. Now that she saw that Yang Kai had stabilized, she finally had the time to pay attention to other things. She realized that there seemed to be a trace of spirituality born in the moon essence. When she looked carefully, there was indeed a stream of light circulating within the moon essence. She was slightly surprised. This moon essence was actually sentient? According to what she knew, this moon essence was a treasure brought out by a carrier of the Kuan Sha from the land of elders 10,000 years ago. However, that carrier didn't manage to snatch the opportunity for the Kuan Sha, and the Kuan Sha killed that carrier in anger. After that, it was worshipped as a sacred object by the sea race. 10,000 years had passed, and the spiritual faith of the sea race continued to gather in this moon essence. It was indeed possible for a dead object to gain sentience. If this moon essence hadn't fallen into Yang Kai's hands, this moon essence would have completely gained sentience in another 1,000 years. At that time, it might become an existence that wasn't inferior to any sacred spirit. However, the moon essence's power was absorbed and refined by Yang Kai, and this moon essence's spirit was probably unable to be born. For an existence like her, there was nothing to feel sorry about. The stronger Yang Kai was, the greater the chances of him obtaining the opportunity. Not to mention just a trace of spirituality, even if it was truly sentient, she would kill it for Yang Kai. Under her watch, the stream of light within the moon essence gradually dimmed. Clearly, it was being absorbed and refined by Yang Kai. Zhu Juyin stood up and left. There was no need for her to pay attention to the rest. Yang Kai had refined the moon essence to this extent, and if there was still an accident, it would mean that he wasn't worth nurturing. Half a year later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked down. He saw that the moon essence in his hand had turned into powder and was falling from his fingers. The energy within the moon essence had been completely refined. Yang Kai listened carefully and frowned. He felt that there was a strange voice in his head that seemed to want to tell him something, but when he listened carefully, he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know if there was a problem with refining the moon essence this time. Zhu Juyin was no longer there, and he didn't know when he left. Yang Kai flashed out of the secret room and saw Yuhi standing outside, waiting. Seeing Yang Kai, Yuhi's eyes lit up. She hurriedly asked, "Young master, did you succeed?" Yang Kai subconsciously nodded, "Yes, I succeeded." "Then why did you take so long?" Yuhi saw that his expression wasn't right and couldn't help but feel nervous. This time, refining the water element had indeed taken a long time. Previously, when he was refining the earth element's power in Crouching Dragon Mountain, it only took him 2 months. That was an earth dragon's dragon pearl, but this time, it took him half a year. I didn't refine it according to the order of the 5 elements, so it did take me a long time, Yangkai explained. He lacked the metal element, so refining the water element naturally took him more time. Chapter 4076. That wasn't the main problem. What made Yangkai speechless was that he had to constantly divert a portion of his attention to activate the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xinyu Heart Sutra to maintain the stability of the 4 types of 5 elements in the Tao Seal. Otherwise, the 5 elements would be in chaos. This was a bit of a headache. Although this portion of attention wasn't considered much and wouldn't affect his daily life and battle, the harsh thing was that it couldn't be stopped for even a moment. In other words, before he repaired the power in the Tao Seal, Yangkai definitely couldn't faint or else he would die. Young Master has just condensed the water element and should be in seclusion to consolidate it. Why did you come out? Yuhi looked at him in confusion. There's something I need to ask Senior Zhu. Where is Senior? Yuhi shook her head and didn't know. She had been guarding here for the past half a year and didn't go anywhere else. How would she know where Zhu Juyin went? Yangkai scanned with his divine perception and quickly found Zhu Juin's aura. With a flash, he appeared in front of her. Looking over, Yangkai was shocked. He saw Zhu Juin lying on the bed lazily. Lu Shui was holding a fan with hidden bitterness and gently fanning her. In front of the bed, a mantis head was half kneeling on the ground with its head lowered. It was unknown what it was reporting to Zhu Juin. This mantis head looked exactly the same as the one that Yangkai killed previously. Yangkai thought that the dead had come back to life, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't possible. That Dalong's head was blown up by him. How could he come back to life? This mantis head in front of him was definitely another mantis demon under Zhu Juin. If it was in the past, this kind of thing wouldn't be able to enter Star City. But now that Zhu Juin was overseeing this place, who would dare to stop him from coming in? You may leave. Zhu Juin waved his hand. That mantis head apologized and left. It didn't even look at Yangkai. After that mantis head left, Yangkai cupped his hands and greeted, Senior. Zhu Juin raised his eyes and looked at him. He acknowledged, since you have successfully refined it, why aren't you in seclusion to consolidate it? Why did you come out? Yangkai frowned. I seem to have a problem. What problem? Zhu Juin was slightly shocked. I don't know why, but I keep feeling like there's a voice buzzing in my head. When I listen carefully, I can't hear anything. A voice? Zhu Juin frowned. What kind of voice? I can't say. Yangkai shook his head slowly. He listened carefully for a while and said in horror, It's happening again. Senior, that yin-yang 5 elements Black Universe Heart Sutra wouldn't have any problems, right? He had a nagging feeling that there was something wrong with this technique that led to the current situation. Zhu Juin said curiously, I have never heard of such a thing happening before. Her previous bearer had also cultivated this technique, but there were no signs like Yangkai had described. Are you sure you're not imagining things? Yangkai hesitated. After hearing what she said, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or not. Moreover, that faintly discernible voice didn't affect him much. He was just a little worried. If you are not worried, you can release the seal. I will take a look for you, Zhu Juin suggested. Yangkai shook his head and said, Maybe it's my illusion. Zhu Juin chose him as the bearer and had no ill intentions towards him. However, releasing the seal was equivalent to revealing all the secrets in front of her. Yangkai was naturally unwilling. Zhu Juin didn't force him and nodded. Maybe it will be fine after a while. Yangkai nodded and changed the topic. Senior, is there still no news about the metal element treasure? No. Erlang came over to report this matter. After searching for so long, he still couldn't find a metal element treasure that meets your requirements. I'm afraid the great cosmological realm is gone. Yangkai was slightly disappointed and said, Senior, please ask your subordinates to inquire about the whereabouts of the yin-yang treasure. It must also be grade 7 or above. Zhu Juin laughed. That's even more difficult. For the other 5 elements treasures, grade 7 and above have more or less appeared in the great cosmological realm. Only the yin-yang treasure has never been heard of. However, there are some below grade 7. Senior knows my ambition, Yang Kai said solemnly. Zhu Juyin said, I will send someone to inquire, but don't get your hopes up. Thank you, Senior. Yang Kai bowed and left. After Yang Kai left, Zhu Juin's eyes flashed and murmured, could it be that the spirit of the moon essence hasn't been obliterated? When she heard Yang Kai mention that there was a strange sound in his head, she suddenly remembered the wisp of spirituality she saw in the moon essence. When Yang Kai refined the moon essence, he must have refined and absorbed that wisp of spirituality. If it wasn't obliterated, it might cause trouble in his body. However, telling Yang Kai this kind of thing would only make him worry, so she didn't say anything. Anyway, her purpose was to let Yang Kai snatch that opportunity for her. After leaving the great cosmological realm, whether Yang Kai lived or died had nothing to do with her. In the secret chamber, Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion to consolidate the water element power that he had just refined. The most important thing was to activate the reverse yin-yang 5 elements mystic universe heart sutra and try to make it his instinct. If he could really do this, he wouldn't need to be afraid of suddenly falling into a coma. Instinctively, even if he was in a coma, this method would continue to be activated and wouldn't cause the 5 elements in the Tao seal to become chaotic. Zhu Juin's million-strong army roamed every corner of the great cosmological realm to search for the metal element and yin-yang treasures. However, they didn't find anything after 2 years. Yang Kai had some expectations at first, but he gradually lost hope. After 2 years of cultivation, his strength did not increase by much. However, the water elemental power in the Tao seal had been completely stabilized. He could now use it as he wished. The reverse yin-yang 5 elements mystic universe heart sutra had basically become his instinct. He also had a lot of contact with the little fatty Suzhen. That guy was chosen as a bearer by Zhu Yin and naturally received great cultivation from Zhu Yin. According to him, Zhu Yin had countless rare treasures in his hands. In 2 years, he had almost gathered the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang and stepped into the threshold of the heaven-opening realm. However, the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were strange. Even if the power in the Tao seal was complete, it couldn't create a small universe in the body, so there was no way to make a breakthrough. However, his strength had definitely increased exponentially. It was incomparable to before. Su Zhen was also in contact with Ning Daoran and the others, so after inquiring about this matter, Yang Kai found that it was indeed as this little fatty had said before. Each and every one of the disciples from the heavenly cave blessed lands had been chosen as a vessel by a different divine spirit and had entered secluded retreat to cultivate, greatly increasing their strength. Among them, Gu Pan was captured by Kuei Niu, Chu Huashang fell into the hands of Fei, and Ning Daoran was captured by Zhu Jian. For these disciples of the blessed enclave, their strength was both a blessing and a curse. Fortunately, they had the vigorous cultivation of these divine spirits, so each of them had saved hundreds of years of cultivation. Unfortunately, in this spirit-seizing war, they were just pawns in the hands of the divine spirits. If they succeeded, everything would be fine, but if they failed, the consequences would be dire. After the bearers failed, who knew how many of them died at the hands of these divine spirits? Moreover, Suzhen also said that there were definitely more divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. There were many who had not shown up, so they must have chosen many bearers to secretly cultivate. These bearers may have been unknown before, but now they must have soared into the sky, waiting to shine in the spirit-seizing war. Yang Kai had no friendship with others. Even Chu Huashang, Yang Kai had only discussed the yin and yang Dao with her. Only Gu Pan, who came from the birthplace of Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor, was safe. Yang Kai was relieved to know that she was safe. He secretly made up his mind that the next time they met, he would ask her about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. On this day, a fluctuation came from the communication beat. Yang Kai immediately picked it up and probed it with his divine sense. Suzhen's message immediately came, Brother Yang, the spirit-seizing war is about to begin. Yang Kai's heart trembled. How do you know? He didn't get any information, and Zhu Juyin didn't tell him this. Sujin said, Zhu Yin told me. These divine spirits are extremely sensitive to the changes in the great cosmological realm. He said that the land of eternity will open in 1 to 3 years. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, we bearers will have to compete. Yang Kai chuckled, then Brother Su should be careful. I won't show mercy when the time comes. Sujin said, my strength has improved greatly now, so I may not necessarily be your opponent. Brother Yang should also be careful. Then, he changed the topic and said excitedly, we can finally leave this damned place. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Leave? Sujin said, Brother Yang, don't you know? After the spirit-seizing war, the great cosmological realm will be closed. At that time, outsiders like us will be sent out. In other words, the opening of the land of eternity is a sign that the great cosmological realm is closed. Yang Kai's expression brightened. Is that so? You can ask the heavenly moon demon spider. It's always been like this for generations. This was good news. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, and he had obtained unimaginable wealth here, even condensing the power of earth and water, the metal element and yin and yang treasures were nowhere to be found. It seemed that the great cosmological realm was gone, so he could only rely on the outside world. Leaving early would also be beneficial to him. And calculating the time, it was almost time for the great cosmological realm to close. It had been 7 or 8 years since they entered. Zhu Yin said that the land of eternity would open and the great cosmological realm would close in 1 to 3 years, which was consistent with the rumors. After chatting with Su Zhan for a while, Yang Kai put away the communication bead and left the secret room to find Zhu Juyin. Zhu Juyin was a little surprised to see him, but she still nodded and said, You came at the right time. I have something to tell you. As she said so, she suddenly gave a look to her left and right. Yu He and Lu Shui both said with a guilty look, Young master, please excuse us. The moment they finished speaking, the two women made a move together. One of them reached out to touch Yang Kai's forehead, while the other shook out a red caltrip and wrapped it around Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai was baffled, and then he flew into a rage. You're rebelling. His body shook, and raging flames ignited. The two women let out a low cry and took a few steps back together, their faces slightly pale. Before Yang Kai had time to ask, he saw Zhu Juyin open her small mouth and spit out a spider web, which covered his head. Chapter 4077. The spider web sealed the sky and locked down the earth. Yang Kai couldn't even activate the law of space and could only watch as the spider web fell. He roared and a round sun rose behind him. The divine technique of the golden crow casting sun. However, in the next moment, the spider web completely wrapped Yang Kai and the small sun that had just risen vanished into thin air. The spider web seemed to have a form, but after it landed on his body, it quickly melted into his body and disappeared. Then, Yang Kai felt that there was an extra layer of strong and unknown imprisonment in his body, causing him to be unable to circulate his power properly. Senior. Yang Kai was shocked and furious at the same time. He glared at Zhu Juyin. Senior, what are you trying to do? Don't be afraid. Zhu Juyin stood up slowly and said softly, You should know that I have no ill intentions towards you. You are the carrier that I have chosen. I just want to help you increase your power. Do I need to use such a method to increase my power? Yang Kai sneered. He didn't believe it at all. He felt that the dragon lady had some ulterior motives. Moreover, it might not be a good thing to forcefully increase one's power with the help of others. It might even spoil one's own foundation. However, what he couldn't understand was that Yu He had become an accomplice. He turned to look at her, and Yang Kai was heartbroken. Yu He was obviously guilty and didn't dare to look at him. She only said softly, Young master, I am doing this for your own good. Yang Kai sneered and turned to look at Zhu Jiu. May I know how you want to help me increase my power? Come with me, Zhu Jiu said as he walked out. Although Yang Kai's power was restrained, his movement wasn't restricted. He glared at Yu He and Lu Shui fiercely. The two ladies shrank their necks and followed Zhu Jiuyin's footsteps. Very soon, the four of them came to an underground secret chamber. Zhu Juyin waved his hand, and the wall of the secret chamber lit up. The secret chamber was illuminated. Yang Kai stared in astonishment. He didn't know when a secret chamber had appeared beneath his residence. This was obviously Zhu Juin's handiwork. On the floor of the secret chamber, there were grooves and blood-red liquid flowed within the grooves. He didn't know what it was, but it looked like fresh blood. However, it didn't have the slightest bloody smell. Those grooves covered the ground, outlining an extremely complicated and mysterious array diagram. In the center of this indescribable array, a small and exquisite altar stood. "Go up." Zhu Juin gestured towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai tilted his head and ignored her. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. Until now, he still did not know what Zhu Juin wanted to do. Childish. Zhu Juin chuckled. He lifted Yang Kai's collar and threw him onto the altar. The shackles in his body suddenly tightened, and Yang Kai sat on the altar uncontrollably. Yang Kai was furious. He looked at Yu He and Lu Shui and said, "You two heartless ladies, are you going to watch him do this to me?" Lu Shui blushed and muttered, "We are not his match." A hint of struggle flashed past Yu He's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Zhu Juin chuckled. "This is my idea. It's useless to blame them." Yang Kai looked at her coldly. "Of course I know it's your idea, but now, you should tell me what you want to do." The battle of seizing spirit is about to begin. Zhu Juin sighed. The shortest is 1 year. The longest is 2 to 3 years. The land of elders will open. This was the same information that Su Zhen had told him. It seemed that it was indeed as Su Zhen had said. These holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were extremely sensitive to the changes in this world. Since Zhu Yin could sense it, Zhu Juin could also sense it. Seeing that Yang Kai was not surprised, Zhu Juin was slightly surprised and continued, "Do you know how many holy spirits there are in the great cosmological abyss?" Yang Kai said in a neutral tone, "How would I know?" "About 100. Yang Kai trembled when he heard this. Although he knew that there was more than one holy spirit in the great cosmological abyss, he didn't expect there to be so many. About 100? Didn't that mean there were hundreds of holy spirits? What kind of terrifying number was this? These hundreds of holy spirits were all equivalent to high-grade heaven opening realm. If they all left the great cosmological abyss, even the grotto heavens and blessed lands would not be able to contend against them. Putting aside those guys who have no ambition and are content with their circumstances, there are probably more than half of those old farts who want to leave the great cosmological abyss. She was one of those old farts, so there were at least 60 to 70 of them. Each of these guys has their own bearer. In other words, in the battle of spirit seizing, their goal is the same as yours. They all want to snatch the only opportunity. So what? Yang Kai had an unruly look on his face. Although you're strong, you might not be able to have the last laugh. Zhu Juin sighed slightly. Her previous bearer was like this. Among all the bearers, his strength was absolutely top-notch, but he still died in the end, so she couldn't leave this place. So you need to become stronger. Yang Kai said solemnly, "I also want to become stronger, but your subordinates are useless and can't find what I need." At this point, he suddenly looked shocked as if he had realized something, and his face turned ashen. Zhu Juin smiled softly. "It seems that you understand. That's much easier." With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen metal elemental treasures floated in the air. Each of them exuded a rich metal elemental energy, and each of them was a grade 6 metal elemental treasure. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological abyss are strange, and you can't exert all of your power above heaven opening realm. There's no difference between condensing a 6th grade and 7th grade, but there's an obvious improvement in your strength. Look, I've found so many metal element treasures for you. Which one do you want? Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak, Zhu Juin introduced them. You should also have this divine origin magnetic stone. If you condense it, you can cultivate the divine origin magnetic light divine technique, which is quite powerful. There's also this 10,000-year copper essence, which is also a good choice. This is the illusory star sand, and this. She introduced the metal element treasures one by one with a smile, but in Yang Kai's eyes, she was extremely vicious. She had chosen Yang Kai as her bearer and had indeed been vigorously cultivating Yang Kai in the past few years. She had even imparted the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Black Universe Heart Sutra to him without reservation. When Yang Kai was refining the water element, she had personally overseen him. However, the root of all this was not for no reason. The stronger Yang Kai was, the greater her hope. Now that the battle of spirit seizing was about to begin, there was not much time left. She could no longer indulge Yang Kai like before. Whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to completely supplement the power of the yin-yang 5 elements in the Dao Seal so that Yang Kai could exert more power. That was why the current scene was happening. A moment later, Zhu Juyin said, "Choose one, or I'll help you choose." Yang Kai closed his eyes and tried to activate the power of the Dao Seal to break the seal in his body. Zhu Juyin saw this and smiled gently, then whatever. She raised her hand and grabbed the fantasy-colored star sand. She kept the other things and landed beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up at her. "I won't cooperate." Zhu Juyin smiled beautifully. "How can I not know that you won't cooperate? Don't worry, I don't need you to cooperate. I set up this formation just for today." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He thought that he would be fine if he did not cooperate. After all, it was the power of his Dao Seal. However, it seemed that he had underestimated Zhu Juyin's methods. He felt that the formation here was extremely strange, so it was to forcibly condense the metal element power for him. This formation had such an effect? He did not know if Zhu Juyin was speaking the truth or not, but he did not have time to find out. Zhu Juyin had already sat cross-legged in front of him and was less than a meter away from him. She said with a solemn expression, "There will be some pain. Bear with it for a while. If you don't want to feel uncomfortable, just cooperate obediently." After saying that, she made hand seals with one hand and kept changing them. Countless tiny spider silks extended out from the 5 fingers of her other hand. Those spider silks extended into the fantasy-colored star sand and absorbed the metal element power of the fantasy-colored star sand. Zhu Juyin waved her hand, and the spider silks suddenly jumped out and landed in the formation. The formation was activated, and after a rumble, the blood-red liquid in the groove flowed into the small altar and gathered on Yang Kai's body. The countless spider silks hidden in the liquid entered Yang Kai's body through his pores. Yang Kai groaned and felt that his body was riddled with holes. He was in so much pain that he almost jumped up. Following that, traces of metal element power entered his body and rushed towards the Dao Seal. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. He resisted with all his might, but it was to no avail. His mind was immersed. Seeing that the traces of metal element power was about to contaminate his Dao Seal, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on Zhu Juyin's face. He said with a ferocious expression, "If you dare to do this, I will die here immediately." Zhu Juyin's movements paused slightly. She looked at Yang Kai with her bright eyes as though she wanted to see through him. After a while, she laughed softly. "Why are you scaring me? I am not scared." She continued to move her hands. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and roared, "I swear on my Dao Seal." The smile on Zhu Juyin's face froze as she looked at him in a daze. "Come on." Yang Kai roared, "If you dare to destroy my Dao Seal, I will dare to die in front of you." Zhu Juyin's face turned gloomy. "You dare to threaten me? I allowed you to do this once, so don't blame me for doing the same thing 15 times. Yang Kai sneered again and again. "You already knew that my ambition was to reach the 7th grade, but now you're trying to destroy my Dao Seal and forcibly condense a 6th grade metal element for me. How can I tolerate this? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Zhu Juyin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yang Kai sneered, "The battle of spirit seizing is about to begin. It will take at least 1 year, and at most 2 to 3 years. Where are you going to find a suitable vessel in such a short time? Even if you find one, how much time do you have to nurture him? When the time comes, the battle of spirit seizing will be a crushing defeat. You can forget about jumping out of the cage of the great cosmological realm to see the excitement of the outside world." "Bastard!" Zhu Juyin was furious and trembled with anger. Yang Kai sighed, "It is hard to find someone as outstanding as me. I am really worried for you." Chapter 4078. Yang Kai's self-praise made her so angry that she laughed. However, She had to admit that this carrier was indeed outstanding. She was very clear about Dalong's strength. In the entire great cosmological abyss, there were only a few people who could kill Dalong. Furthermore, as Yang Kai had said, there was not much time left. She did not have the time or energy to nurture another carrier. Back then, she had massacred tens of thousands of people in Sword Pavilion Star City because she wanted to find a suitable carrier. Unfortunately, none of them met her requirements. In her anger, blood flowed like a river in the Star City, and tens of thousands of people died. Yang Kai had sworn with his own Dao seal to make it difficult for her to continue. This kind of oath was related to one's Dao heart. Once the oath was made, there was no way to break it. If she really forcefully condensed the 6th grade metal element, even if Yang Kai did not die, his Dao heart and Dao seal would definitely be damaged. At that time, it would be useless. However, how could Zhu Juyin not be annoyed by a junior? At this moment, a delicate shout was heard. Yueha attacked from behind. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements fluctuated in her slender palm. It seemed to have transformed into a reincarnation cycle and slapped toward Zhu Juyin. Zhu Juyin did not even turn his head. He just flicked his hair, which suddenly expanded and whipped Yueha. Yueha flew out with blood spurting out. She crashed into the wall and slowly fell down. Lu Shui was shocked and quickly went forward to support her. Yang Kai turned his head and looked with a gloomy gaze. He did not know why Yueha wanted to help Zhu Juyin, but after knowing Zhu Juin's intention, he understood. Yueha did not want him to achieve high-grade split heaven. Previously, she had been encouraging him to refine the 6th grade metal element. However, Yang Kai had never heard of it. Zhu Juyin had the means to make Yang Kai forcefully condense the 6th grade metal element, which was exactly what Yueha wanted. Furthermore, she could only cooperate obediently. However, at this moment, it was related to Yang Kai's life. She could not sit still. Even though she knew that she was not Zhu Juyin's match, she swore to fight to the death. A lowly servant dares to disobey me? Zhu Juyin had a stomach full of anger because of Yang Kai and had nowhere to vent. Yueha's sneak attack had hit the nail on the head. She swung her hair again, and the black strands of hair suddenly turned into sharp blades that pierced towards Yuhi. Yang Kai said anxiously, "If you dare to kill her, I will die in front of you. I swear on my Dao seal." Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Zhu Juyin looked at Yang Kai. His charming face was filled with anger. "You only know this move?" Yang Kai grinned. "It doesn't matter if it's new, as long as it's useful. Senior, you can try. Let's see if I have the guts to die in front of you." Zhu Juyin gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He really wanted to slap Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai said leisurely, "Senior, you should know my abilities. So what if I can't condense the metal element? Who in the great cosmological abyss is my match?" He said proudly, "Senior, just wait for the good news in the battle of spirit seizing. I will definitely snatch that opportunity for you." Zhu Juyin said coldly, "What if you can't snatch it? I'll be at Senior's disposal." Yang Kai puffed out his chest. "I know Senior's abilities. If you really want me to die, I can't resist. At least you know what's good for you." Zhu Juyin's gloomy face eased a little. He pulled back the hair, and Yuhi immediately groaned. Blood spurted out from her body and dyed her a bloody gourd. Lu Shui hurriedly went forward to suppress her injuries. Zhu Juyin got up, flung his sleeves, and walked out. His voice floated over. "Remember what you said today. If you fail, it won't be as simple as death." Looking at her leaving figure, Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He knew that today's crisis was over, but he felt it was a pity. He had always been in contact with Su Zhan. Originally, he planned to take the opportunity to ask for more benefits for himself. However, after what happened today, he couldn't ask for any benefits to avoid angering Zhu Juyin again. The restriction in his body suddenly dissolved, and a spider web left with Zhu Juyin. His power began to circulate again. Yang Kai got up and walked towards Yuhi. Yuhi's injuries weren't serious. Although she looked miserable, they were just superficial wounds. With her foundation of opening the heavens at the 5th stage, she would be able to recover in 2 to 3 days. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she didn't dare to raise her head. She felt ashamed to face Yang Kai. She crawled up with difficulty and knelt in front of Yang Kai. She lowered her head like a wronged wife and said softly, "Please punish me, young master." As she spoke, tears fell. She regretted cooperating with Zhu Juyin. Although without her cooperation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to resist, she still felt like she had betrayed Yang Kai. She blamed herself. Yang Kai raised his hand and placed it on her head. He sighed. "Don't do it again." He gave Lu Shui a look, telling her to take good care of her. Only then did he leave. After Yang Kai left, Yuhi collapsed on the ground. She looked at Lu Shui and muttered, "Did I do something wrong?" Lu Shui said, "Did you tell the master about the benefits of reaching the 7th stage?" Yuhi slowly shook her head. "Previously, I wanted to wait until we left here and let someone else tell him and persuade him. However, it seems that his Tao heart is firm. I'm afraid that person won't be able to persuade him." The other person she was talking about was naturally the lady boss. Lu Shui sighed. She knew that Yuhi was telling the truth. She would rather swear on her Tao seal than condense the power of the 6th stage. She was determined to reach the 7th stage. However, in this era, who would dare to easily reach the 7th stage and split open the sky? This master's future would most likely be bumpy. A month later, the news of the land of everlasting spread throughout the entire great cosmological realm. No one knew who spread the news, but it caused an uproar. Almost everyone had heard about it. The land of everlastings was about to open, and it was the greatest opportunity in the entire great cosmological realm. There were countless rare treasures there, and any one of them could soar to the sky. It was rumored that many almighties of the blessed enclave had also entered the land of everlastings. It was there that they had obtained their current achievements. Countless people were eager to make a move. Countless people were looking forward to it. Every cultivator was eager to enter the land of everlastings and seek their own opportunities. Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion with peace of mind. Since then, Zhu Juyin had not forced him to condense the power of the 6th stage. Instead, she had found him many treasures that could improve his strength. Yang Kai did not refuse and accepted all of them. He had made a windfall. After all, they came from the hands of sacred spirits, so their quality could not be bad. Moreover, Zhu Juyin had done this for herself, so Yang Kai accepted them with a clear conscience. He had a lot of contact with Su Zhan. According to Su Zhan, he had reached an agreement with Zhu Yin. If he could snatch the opportunity for him and take him out of the great cosmological realm, then Zhu Yin would have to protect him for 500 years. Others had put forward similar conditions and signed contracts with the various sacred spirits, but the duration of protection varied. The sacred spirits also hoped that the bearers they had chosen would exert their full strength, so they would naturally give some benefits. Protecting these bearers was the biggest benefit. Both sides had their needs and benefits, so it was a fair deal. Yang Kai was envious. He had planned to have a good talk with Zhu Juyin, but after the previous incident, he could not find a chance to speak and could only wait for the right time. Days passed by. 1.5 years later, on a certain day, the great cosmological realm suddenly shook slightly. Then, a strange fragrance floated between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and could not help but search for the source of this strange fragrance. Soon, the gazes of many cultivators were attracted by a rainbow light in the sky. That light was very far away from everyone, as if it was far away on the horizon. It was like a curtain hanging in the sky, constantly changing. Someone was puzzled. A strange treasure has appeared? Someone's spirit was lifted, and greed appeared in his eyes. The land of elders is about to open. Someone revealed the mystery. For more than a year, news about the land of elders had spread among the various master-class strongholds. Everyone was waiting. Now that the world had changed, what else could it be other than the opening of the land of elders? I've been waiting for this day for so many years. Ha ha ha, it's time for me to soar into the sky. Someone laughed and soared into the sky from a stronghold. heading straight for the place where the strange phenomenon was. Then, the dense light in the stronghold rose into the sky and rushed in the direction of the Land of Elders. Hundreds and thousands of people rushed to the Land of Elders from various human strongholds. In the blink of an eye, these strongholds that had been operating for more than 10 years were empty. In the Crimson Star City, more than half of the 100,000 people had left in the blink of an eye. There was a huge battleship in the sky with the Crimson Star symbol on it. It was the Crimson Star's battleship. Many Crimson Star disciples were led by several masters to board the battleship and head to the Land of Elders. In Yang Kai's residence, Zhu Juin's voice sounded in the mind of Yang Kai, who was in seclusion. "Kid, it's time to come out. The Land of Elders is about to open." Yang Kai opened his eyes and pushed the door open. Zhu Juin glanced at him and nodded slightly. He grabbed his collar with one hand and flew into the sky. Yuhi noticed the movement and came to investigate. She only saw the two figures turning into a stream of light and disappearing. She hurriedly gathered Guazian and the others and chased after them. In a dense forest, an old bull was crawling under a large tree. It suddenly stood up, looked in a certain direction, and spoke in human language. "Child, the land of the ancients has opened. Let's go." Oh, Gu Pan appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, she sat on the old bull and said softly, "Thank you for your trouble, Grandpa Bull." The old bull smiled and said, "Hold on tight. Don't fall." His forehooves moved as fast as lightning. In another swamp, a strange snake with a body length of 1,000 feet shuttled forward. Its figure was long, and its speed was like the wind. The strange snake had 2 heads, and its forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. Wherever it passed, the sound of the wind and the cry of the crane could be heard. With a sweep of its forked tongue, a strange beast hidden under the swamp would be pulled into its mouth and swallowed into its stomach. On the left head of the strange snake, Chu Huacheng reached out and touched her forehead with a worried face. "Senior, can't we go separately? Why don't you go to the Land of Elders and wait for me?" Chapter 4079. The right head of the strange snake spoke. "We are too far away. Your speed is too slow. By the time you reach the Land of No Elders, I am afraid it will be too late." But Chu Huacheng had a headache. "You are too ugly." She sighed in her heart. The holy spirits of others were either majestic or picturesque, but when it came to her turn, it was such an ugly appearance that people couldn't bear to look at it. The strange snake was furious. "I am ugly? I am ugly? You little girl are blind. Actually saying that I am ugly, you are the ugliest one." Chu Huacheng's face was black, and she didn't argue with him. Millions of miles away, someone was riding on a human-faced leopard spirit beast. He laughed and shouted, "Hurry up! I can't wait to meet the heroes of this world. I want to see if they are more powerful than me." The leopard-tattooed saint spirit said angrily, "Brat, I am your Tao protector, not your mount. Don't tell me what to do. If you keep talking, I will throw you down." The man laughed and said, "You throw one for me to see. If you throw me, no one will snatch the primordial spirit fruit for you." The Holy Spirit with a leopard face was furious. At this moment, the Holy Spirits moved out one after another, with their chosen bearers, and rushed to the Land of No Elders. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was chaotic, and the cultivator in the great cosmological realm found that there were so many powerful existences in this world, and they couldn't help but tremble a little. They have lived here for more than 10 years, but few people have encountered holy spirits, and they never knew that this great cosmological realm was so dangerous. Fortunately, most of these holy spirits were in a corner, and they had never harmed others before. Otherwise, how could anyone survive now? Any holy spirit here was not something they could contend with. The Land of No Elders was about to open, and a vision of heaven and earth appeared. The great cosmological realm was boiling, and countless cultivator gathered in the Land of No Elders from all directions. In just 10 days, there were no less than 3,000 people gathered in the periphery of the Land of No Elders. This was the first batch to arrive here, and as time passed, more people would come. A month later, there were no less than 200,000 people gathered outside the Land of the Ancients. At this point, there were no more people coming. Even if there were, they were scattered and their numbers were small. In other words, almost all the cultivator who was still alive in the great cosmological realm were gathered here. When initial Star City was engulfed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, there were more than 200,000 people. That was nearly 3 or 4 times the number, or even a million. After more than a decade, there were only so many people left. This showed how dangerous the great cosmological abyss was. And this time, with the opening of the land of the elders, how many of them would be able to return safely? On the outskirts of the land of the ancients, the cultivator gathered in groups and set up their own camps. The holy spirits also unceremoniously released their powerful auras, each occupying a piece of land, causing others to shrink back in fear and respect. Everyone looked up at the sky in a daze, staring at the ever-changing 7-colored light. This light was said to be the door of the land of the ancients, but it was not fully open yet, so no one could enter it. When the light was completely stable, it was the day when the secret plane opened. Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, Lin Feng, Su Zhen, and Ning Dao Ran were all here. At this moment, they were gathered together, talking and laughing, talking about their experiences in recent years. Behind the 5 people, the 5 holy spirits were watching this place from a distance, not only concerned about the safety of their bearers, but also coveting the lives of other bearers. If they could kill a few more bearers here, it would also reduce some competitors for them. The hostility was pervasive, but under the mutual fear, no one dared to make a move easily. The 2 strange snakes crept forward, their long forked tongues silently curling up and then suddenly retracted. Chu Huashang turned her head angrily. "If you dare to eat him, I will leave now." The left head of the strange snake said, "Eat what? What is there to eat?" Chu Huashang gritted her teeth and said, "Open your right mouth." The right head of the strange snake turned aside, and the 2 triangular snake eyes looked up. "I'm going." Chu Huashang got up decisively. "Don't eat, don't eat." The left head of the strange snake yelled. The right mouth opened, and a wet cultivator was spat out from it. After the cultivator landed, he looked at it blankly. He didn't know when he was rolled into the mouth of the Holy Spirit. When he reacted, his face suddenly turned pale, and he screamed and turned into an escape light to fly away. The strange snake snorted. "The ugly girl cares too much. There are so many people here. It doesn't matter if I eat 1 or 2 of them." The nearby cultivator were all ashen-faced, and they all stayed away from the strange snake. "Be honest, I'll stare at you." Chu Huashang reached out and poked her eyes, and glared at the strange snake fiercely. Su Zhen's mouth twitched and said, Fei Sr. is really interesting. The 2 strange snakes are the Holy Spirit Fei." Su Zhen saw that he was restrained by Chu Huashang, and couldn't help but be envious. His Zhu Yin is not so good to talk to. In the past few years, he has been with Zhu Yin and has been beaten by him. So ugly. Chu Huashang looked disgusted and changed the topic. "Why hasn't little brother Yang come yet? He should have arrived early." The furthest one of them is Chu Huashang. Even she arrived here 3 days ago, but she hasn't seen Yang Kai. "It's a bit strange." Su Zhen said, "I contacted brother Yang earlier. He seems to be being hunted." Chu Huashang was shocked. "Hunted? Who is hunted by?" Su Zhen said, "Several enemies of the heavenly moon demon spider joined forces and ambushed them halfway. It took a lot of time to fight all the way." Chu Huashang was stunned. "Hey, it's coming." Su Zhen suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, only to see a fierce aura rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of him and transformed into a beautiful young girl. That young girl was carrying a person in her hand. If it wasn't Kai Yang, who else could it be? At this moment, Kai Yang was like an octopus wrapped around the young girl's body, hugging her tightly as he complained, "Why do you have so many enemies? How did you manage to survive until now?" Zhu Juyin sneered and said, "A few clowns also want to go against the queen? If it was one-on-one, the queen would have killed them all." While talking, he stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Let go." Yang Kai suddenly let go of his hand and stood side by side with her in the void. He straightened his clothes and recalled the experience along the way. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past month, at least 5 waves of attacks had been encountered. Several holy spirits had ambushed them on the road ahead. They had fought more than a dozen big and small battles. The most dangerous time was when they were besieged by 3 holy spirits. Zhu Juyin was also really good. He took him to block those enemies and arrived here safely, but a lot of time was wasted. They had just arrived, and there were 5 powerful auras behind them. It was the 5 holy spirits who had chased them all the way. The 5 holy spirits had turned into human forms. There were men and women, old and young. They looked at Zhu Juyin with hatred, as if they couldn't wait to pull out his tendons and skin him. Yang Kai's heart was beating like a drum. "Senior, they are coming. Can you stop them?" Zhu Juyin simply replied, "I can't stop them." "Then we are in danger." Yang Kai's face was dignified. "Let's avoid them for a while and wait for this place to really open." "Don't worry," Zhu Juyin comforted. "Once we are here, they won't make a move anymore." "Why?" Yang Kai did not understand. "They also have enemies. If they make a move here, they will be looking for trouble." Zhu Juyin sneered. It was indeed as she said. The 5 holy spirits chased them all the way here. Although they were all furious, no one made a move on Zhu Juyin. Yang Kai also keenly felt that there were powerful auras locking onto the 5 holy spirits. It seemed like they were the enemies that Zhu Juyin had mentioned. "Although they don't dare to make a move on me, you have to be careful. Don't be harmed by them." Zhu Juyin reminded Yang Kai, "Remember their auras. If you meet their bearers in the land of elders, kill them for me." Yang Kai frowned. "They also have bearers? Why didn't I see them?" Zhu Juyin chuckled. "Naturally, they are hiding in the crowd and are unwilling to show themselves. But since they are here, they must have already chosen their bearers. They definitely won't come empty-handed." Yang Kai nodded. "Understood." Turning his head to look behind, he was stunned. The gate of the land of elders was majestic and magnificent. The 7-colored light was twisting nonstop, and there was a great mystery hidden inside. And at the periphery of the land of elders, the holy spirits with powerful auras each occupied a territory. They were either alone, hiding their bearers in the crowd, or bringing their bearers along to protect them. Yang Kai was shocked. With a glance, there were at least 50 holy spirits gathered here. What a terrifying force! These 50 holy spirits were equivalent to more than 50 high-level heaven splitters outside. There were probably very few blessed lands that had such a foundation. Most of these holy spirits had transformed into human forms, but there were also some that maintained their original forms. All of them were like mountains, mighty and majestic. Yang Kai saw Kuan Sha. This guy was coldly sizing him up, not hiding his killing intent at all. There were also Fei, Kuanyo, Zhu Yin, Bai Feng, Nu Feng. He had only heard of these holy spirits before but had never seen them before. Today, it was an eye-opener, and Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. These holy spirits weren't all the holy spirits in the great cosmological realm. Zhu Juyin had said before that some holy spirits were content with the status quo and didn't want to leave the great cosmological realm, so they naturally wouldn't get involved in this mess. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that he didn't see the dragon and phoenix holy spirits. Previously, in Crouching Dragon Mountain, he had obtained the Earth-type giant dragon pearl and thought that there was a dragon race in the great cosmological realm. But now, it seemed that the dead giant dragon was probably the last divine dragon. This made him feel slightly regretful. These days, he hadn't made any contracts with Zhu Juyin because he wanted to see if he could find a giant dragon. If there was a dragon race here, he would have more and better choices. Chapter 4080. Yu He and the rest had arrived a long time ago, and were looking forward to it. They occupied a territory and kept waving at Yang Kai. After meeting up, they asked about Yang Kai's experience in the past month and were all shocked. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Senior, it's time to talk about the situation in the land of elders." "I don't know." Zhu Juyin shook his head. Yang Kai was stunned. "How can you not know?" He had not asked Zhu Juyin about the land of elders before and thought that Zhu Juyin would tell him when the time was right. Who knew that he would receive such an answer when he took the initiative to ask? "I can't enter the land of elders, so how would I know?" Zhu Juyin snorted. If they could enter the land of elders, why would they need to choose a bearer? They would have gone to snatch the opportunity themselves. Yang Kai frowned. Although you can't enter, didn't you have a bearer before? At this point, Yang Kai suddenly realized that Zhu Juyin did have a bearer before, but that bearer had died inside. She might not know what was going on inside. Then what do you know? What do I have to do after entering? Yang Kai settled for the next best thing. Zhu Juyin said, I only know that there are countless treasures inside, but the most important one is the primordial fruit tree. Every time the land of elders opens, the primordial fruit tree will appear. However, only one primordial spirit fruit can be plucked before it disappears. If we want to leave the great cosmological abyss, we have to consume that primordial spirit fruit. That's why it's called the spirit-seizing war. Primordial spirit fruit. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Anything that was named primordial must be extraordinary. Zhu Juyin rolled his eyes at him. Don't think too much. That fruit won't be of much use to you. We were born and raised in the great cosmological abyss, but we're also trapped in the great cosmological abyss. Fortunately, there's always a way out. That primordial spirit fruit was specially born for us. If you can pick that primordial spirit fruit and bring it to me, you'll definitely benefit from it. Yang Kai nodded, but he didn't agree with her. He was skeptical about her words. Zhu Juyin was probably afraid that he would eat the primordial spiritual fruit. As for whether it was useful or not, he didn't know for the time being. You'll have to find the primordial fruit tree by yourself. You'll also have to identify the primordial spirit fruit by yourself. Don't try anything funny. Bring the primordial spirit fruit to me obediently, and I won't mistreat you. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself that when the time comes for him to obtain the spirit fruit, it would not be up to him. As if sensing what Yang Kai was thinking, Zhu Juyin took a deep look at him, and a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Senior, I'm going over there to meet some old friends. Please accompany me. Yang Kai pointed in the direction of Su Zhan and the others. What's there to meet? Don't create unnecessary trouble. This queen needs to recuperate, so you stay here obediently. Zhu Juyin snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged. She had consumed a lot of energy in this 1 month, so she naturally wanted to recover quickly. Yang Kai was speechless. He glanced at Su Zhan and the others and shook his head. Without Zhu Juin's protection, he would never dare to go alone. Not to mention, the divine spirits who had been chasing after Zhu Juyin would not let go of the opportunity to kill him so easily. As long as he was killed, Zhu Juin's plan would fail, so they naturally wouldn't be stingy. Time passed slowly. 200,000 people gathered at the periphery of the Elder's land, waiting quietly. It wasn't until a certain day more than 10 days later that the ever-changing rainbow light suddenly froze for a moment before twisting and changing at an even faster speed. At the same time, the world energy of the entire great cosmological realm crazily surged in this direction. The heavens and earth were stirred up, and in an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. All the divine spirits looked up at the door of the Elder's land. It's about to open, a divine spirit shouted. The 200,000 people were immediately in high spirits as they looked at the door. Zhu Juyin also opened her eyes and looked over. She stretched out her hand and said, Kid, come here. Yang Kai walked over obediently. Senior, what are your orders? There's only one sentence. This trip can only succeed and not fail. If you fail, you will have no value to me. Do you know what that means? Zhu Juyin looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai nodded expressionlessly. Of course I understand. Good. At the same time, many divine spirits were also exhorting their bearers, either encouraging or threatening them. Gupin stood in front of the Kuei cow and said seriously, Grandpa Cow, don't worry. I will definitely pluck that primordial spirit fruit for you and bring you out of here. The Kuei cow transformed into a kind old man with white hair and long eyebrows that reached his chest. He smiled and said, Just do your best. The most important thing is that you come back safely. Gupan nodded vigorously. Fei also turned into a human form with 2 heads. It was very evil. The snake tongue in his mouth was swallowing and hissing, Ugly girl, if you fail, don't blame me for eating you. Eat, eat, eat all day. I will take the primordial spirit fruit and eat it. Chu Huashang said angrily. Fei's 2 faces changed slightly. Just kidding, well, You must bring that primordial spirit fruit out to me. I will give you a lot of benefits. On the other side, Sujin covered his head and looked angry. Why do you always beat me? Scarlet Ape's fist landed on Sujin's forehead, and a shiny, 3-inch-high bump bulged out. Scarlet Ape said, if you don't bring that primordial spirit fruit to me, it won't be as simple as beating you up. Do you hear me? Sujin gritted his teeth. You wait for me to take you out and let you be my mount for 500 years. Zhu Yin smiled coldly. If you really have the ability, I will be your mount for 500 years. What's the harm? The Holy Spirit's life was long, and 500 years was just a moment for them. If you succeed, you live. If you fail, you die. Kuren Sha looked at Lin Feng and said concisely. Lin Feng's face was livid. You don't need to say more. Not far away, Ning Daoran had a carefree expression on his face. Zhu Jian, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, was extremely worried. Kid, you better be more careful. That primordial spiritual fruit is extremely important to me. When it's time to snatch it, you have to snatch it. Don't show mercy. Ning Daoran said, Master, don't worry. I will do my best. Zhu Jian sighed. If only that were the case. He felt indignant in his heart. Why did he choose such a person as his successor? How could he accomplish great things with such an easygoing attitude? The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was constantly converging towards the door of the land of elders, and the seven-colored light was getting more and more condensed and dazzling. 3 days later, the multicolored light suddenly fell. Then, as if a pair of invisible hands separated the multicolored light into two sides, revealing a multicolored passage that led directly to the land of everlastingness. Everyone's spirits were shaken. They looked inside, but as far as their eyes could see, they couldn't see anything at all. The door of the land of elders was open. In the crowd, a few people turned into streamers and flashed into the seven-colored passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Some people couldn't hold back anymore and rushed in first. More than 200,000 martial artists rushed towards the door. Although the door was large, there were simply too many people gathered here. As they rushed in, some people were immediately squeezed out of the seven-colored passageway and fell into the depths of the abyss. Miserable screams rang out, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the cultivators who were squeezed out of the seven-colored channel were stripped of their flesh and blood. In less than 3 breaths of time, all of them turned into skeletons. Then, the skeletons broke apart inch by inch, turning into dust that scattered in the air, completely disappearing from this world. There's great danger outside the passage. Someone shouted in fear, and with a pale face, he quickly retreated. The cultivator who noticed this did not dare to push anymore, fearing that he would be pushed out of the passage and meet with some mishap. Many of the divine spirits were happily watching this scene, causing the surrounding cultivators to curse. The divine spirits were obviously aware of this situation, but none of them had warned them. Obviously, in the eyes of these divine spirits, their deaths were not worth paying attention to. They only needed to take care of their bearers, so why would they care about others? Hundreds of lives were lost, and people knew about the dangers outside the passage. The successors were very careful and stayed far away from the edge of the passage. But soon, another change happened. There was a cultivator who walked in the middle of the passage, but he was also screaming in pain, and his flesh was peeled off and turned into a skeleton. The cultivator around was shocked and turned to look, not knowing what was going on. It was not only one cultivator, but more than a dozen people in front and behind had the same experience, dying tragically in various parts of the seven-colored passage. This scene made many cultivators bewildered. They did not know why they died in the passage. Someone suddenly realized, Heaven Opening Realm. They are all Heaven Opening Realm. Heaven Opening Realm cannot enter this elder's land. Those who enter will die. Hearing his shout, everyone came back to their senses, thinking carefully. The dozen people who died were indeed Heaven Opening Realm. Qi Xing's group was about to step into the passage under the lead of a few heads, but the great head immediately stopped. Qian Tianfei and the rest behind him were also covered in cold sweat. The few of them had almost stepped into the passageway. If they had really stepped in, they would have died on the spot. Not far away, Yang Kai's face sank. He turned to look at Zhu Juyin. Senior, heaven-opening realm cannot enter this elder's land? Zhu Juyin looked at him deeply. If I could enter the heaven-opening realm, why would I find you to be my inheritor? That sword pavilion's pavilion master had the cultivation of the sixth-stage heaven-opening realm. Zhu Juyin would naturally choose him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Kai was furious. Zhu Juyin smiled faintly. Is it too late to say it now? You have nothing to lose. Yang Kai suppressed his anger. It's not too late. This was going to be troublesome. Initially, he was still thinking of bringing Yu He and the rest along. It would be best if they could obtain the natural spirit fruit in the land of the ancients. However, if they could not obtain it, he would bring them along and flee. Although Zhu Juyin was strong, Yang Kai was prepared. He might not be unable to escape her pursuit. Now, everything was empty talk. Yu He and the rest could not enter the Elder's land. They had to stay with Zhu Juyin, which was equivalent to sending hostages to her hands. Unless Yang Kai did not care about Yu He and the rest's lives, he would have to face her after coming out of the Elder's land. And Zhu Juyin had obviously expected this. He deliberately did not mention this to Yang Kai. He wanted to catch him unprepared. Both of them were clear about their plans in the end. Zhu Juyin was more skilled. Chapter 4081. Don't worry, I will take good care of your servants for you. Don't worry about them in the land of elders. Just serve this queen well, Zhu Juyin said. Yang Kai nodded with a gloomy expression. The heaven-opening realm cultivators were unable to step into the land of elders, so Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guazian could only stay outside, greatly reducing their battle strength. This was secondary. The most important thing was that Yu He and the others were in Zhu Juyin's hands. So even if Yang Kai had a rebellious heart, he would not dare to betray them. Guazian looked at the cultivator who had followed him to Yang Kai in the early years and shouted, "Follow the master forward. You must protect the master's safety with your lives, understand?" Everyone shouted, "Understood." Yang Kai glanced at them and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although they had been cultivating diligently all these years, and their strength had increased greatly, if they really encountered a danger that they could not resolve, they would not be of much help. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out to everyone, and dozens of people followed behind him, stepping into the door. In this short period of time, at least tens of thousands of people had rushed into the land of elders, and when Yang Kai led a group of people into the rainbow tunnel, more than half of the 200,000 people had disappeared. The seven-colored passageway was like the maw of an invisible beast, constantly swallowing the cultivators in the area. The tunnel was crowded and bustling, and a group of people protected Yang Kai in the middle as they rushed forward side by side. Not long after, an angry shout came from the front. "Reckless fools! How dare you look for trouble with my Dtiani brothers? Chop them to death!" In the next moment, the tunnel in front of them exploded with violent energy fluctuations as countless people fought. The power of secret techniques and artifacts flew everywhere, turning the tunnel in front into a bloody battlefield. Screams rang out as corpses fell to the ground, blood flowing like a river. Yang Kai had a strange expression on his face. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure. That voice just now sounded familiar. It was Dtian's leader, Ding Yi. Ever since they parted ways on the Yuan-Ci mountain back then, he had not seen him again. In recent years, he had occasionally heard some news about Dtian. He knew that this fellow had established Dtian and was doing well in the great cosmological realm. He had also obtained many benefits. At that moment, in the sky ahead, Ding Yi was carrying a machete with a ghost head. He was wearing a scarlet cloak and looked like a divine weapon that had descended into the world. He looked majestic. It was unknown who he had a grudge with, but they were actually fighting in the rainbow passageway. Dtian's motley crew couldn't withstand the sheer number of people. Those who were fighting with Dtian only numbered in the thousands, yet they were all surrounded and unable to break free. However, when both sides attacked, there were many accidental injuries. As a result, more people were involved in this battle, and the scene was chaotic. Ding Yi, on the other hand, laughed heartily. He seemed to be very happy with this situation. He slashed with the machete in his hand, and rays of machete light swept down with an imposing aura. Suddenly, Ding Yi stopped and looked in the direction of Yang Kai and the others. When he saw Yang Kai's face clearly, he greeted him happily. "So it's Brother Yang. Brother Yang, how have you been in recent years? Yang Kai chuckled and said, Thanks to you, Brother Ding. You seem to be doing well. Dingy rubbed his head and said cheerfully, I'm just us. Yang Kai said seriously, Brother Ding, I want to go forward. Please make it easy for me. Sure. Dingy waved his hand heroically and ordered, Brothers, make way for Brother Yang. With that order, Tian and the others opened up a path. Yang Kai nodded at Dingy and led Ming Hong and the others, as well as his dozens of subordinates, through the battlefield. Behind them, there were still sounds of fighting and killing. It was likely that the chaos would not stop for a while. In the group, the scabby-headed man had a look of admiration. Our master still has a lot of face. I heard that Ding is arrogant and unruly. He doesn't give face to anyone. Over the years, no less than 10 heaven opening realm cultivators have died at Tian's hands. He's actually so polite to the master. Lang Qingshan said indifferently, Master's strength is unparalleled. How would Ding Yi dare to stop him? The scabby-headed man was surprised. Even a blockhead like you knows how to flatter people? Lang Qingshan's face turned slightly red, and he said angrily, I'm just speaking the truth. How is this flattery? The two of them bickered endlessly, and the path forward did not seem lonely. Behind them, Ding Yi and Tian were blocking the path, so the path ahead was much emptier. No one knew how long this rainbow path was, and Yang Kai could not see the end of it. The group of people sped forward. Suddenly, a large net enveloped the front. At the same time, a sinister laugh rang out. This path was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through, leave behind your life and wealth. The large net enveloped the entire path, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. It actually made it impossible for people to avoid it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lang Qingshan shouted angrily, Master, be careful. He stepped out of the group and suddenly threw a punch forward. A ball of light erupted from his fist, and it was like a sun. Scorching power wantonly spread out. Among the group of people who had joined Yang Kai, Lang Qingshan was one of the few with the best aptitude. Back then, when they were being rewarded, he had asked Yang Kai for grade 5 materials. Over the years, he had also refined a few types of grade 5 powers. Compared to before, his strength was incomparable. When this punch was thrown, a mark was branded in the void. The power of the Grand Sun primordial fire lingered around his fist, as if he was lifting a round sun and smashing it down. It was full of momentum. However, in the next moment, he was caught by the large net. It was unknown what material the net was made of, but it was incomparably tough. It was impervious to water and fire. Even his grade 5 grandson primordial fire could not burn it. In the blink of an eye, Lang Qingshan was wrapped in the net. The large net covered the back, and in an instant, everyone was tightly wrapped. A thin figure appeared from the void. He had a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and rat eyes. He pinched the goatee on his chin and chuckled. The third batch, a bunch of fools who only know how to search for treasures. Who would have thought that in my eyes, all of you are treasures? It had been more than 10 years since the opening of the great cosmological realm. Any cultivator who was still alive would more or less have some gains. This thin old man was holding a treasure and waiting here to rob the passing cultivators. It was a good plan. With a hand seal, the large net suddenly contracted and tightened around everyone. The faces of Ming Hong and the others changed drastically. They were shocked to find that the power in their bodies could not circulate smoothly and were completely suppressed. Only then did they know that this large net was really extraordinary. No wonder this thin old man dared to do this alone. Let me see what good things you have. The thin old man stepped forward with a wretched smile. However, in the next moment, he suddenly took a step back and looked at the person in the net in horror. He swallowed his saliva and said, Lord Yang, you recognize me. In the net, Yang Kai looked at the thin old man indifferently. The old man rolled his eyes and forced a smile. Lord Yang destroyed Thunder Light Sword Pavilion and presided over Crimson Star. This old man has admired you for a long time. Bah, to think you would have such a day, boy. Now that you have fallen into my primordial dragon binding net, don't even think about escaping. Even if you are a dragon, you will have to coil around me. I heard that you destroyed Thunder Lightsword Pavilion's Star Market, killed tens of thousands of people, and plundered their wealth, right? You've made a fortune. After this old man will no longer have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Looking at Yang Kai sinisterly, the old man grinned. Boy, if you know what's good for you, quickly throw out your space ring, otherwise, this old man will strangle you right now. Yang Kai said indifferently, the space ring is in my hand. Why don't you come and get it yourself? I've already fallen into your net. What are you afraid of? The thin old man grinned meaningfully. Lord Yang's strength is astonishing. Who knows if you have any other tricks up your sleeve? This old master had better be careful. Throw out your space ring first, and this old master can spare your lives. Lang Qingshan was furious. Shameless old man. What's the point of launching a sneak attack? If you have the guts, let me go and this Lang will fight you. The thin old man looked at Lang Qingshan in disdain. You bastard. There's something wrong with your head. You are a fish on the chopping block. Your life and death are only in this old master's hands. Why should this old master let you go? It's too early to say who is the fish and who is the meat. Since you don't want to come over, this king will. Yang Kai suddenly stood up and walked forward with the net in his hand. The old man's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and said, Lord Yang is indeed impressive. You can still move after being trapped by my primordial dragon binding net. It seems that this old master has underestimated you. But this net's power is not limited to just this little bit. Stop, stop, stop. He shouted, stop, 6 times in a row, his hands constantly changing signs. The primordial dragon binding net's threads suddenly tightened. Lang Qingshan and the others let out a muffled groan. They felt that the space in the net had become abnormally frozen. Even their thoughts had become stagnant. Yang Kai's footsteps also gradually slowed down. He finally froze on the spot. The old man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his heart palpitating as he said, I almost failed miserably. Luckily, this old master's treasure is not bad. My treasure is not bad. You can't do it. Yang Kai grinned, his frozen footsteps falling again. The old man was shocked. He jumped back 1,000 feet. How did you? Yang Kai walked as fast as the wind. He approached the old man step by step, his voice cold. This net is indeed not bad. Those who are trapped by it will not be able to circulate their spiritual energy smoothly, but there's a flaw. It can't restrict the power of the body. You're courting death by using this net to deal with me. The skinny old man cried out in alarm. He didn't care about his precious big net anymore. He turned around and fled into the distance. However, he didn't run far before he felt his neck tighten. A big hand grabbed his neck like a tight band and lifted him up like a chicken. The old man instantly froze. He slowly turned his head. Any last words? Yang Kai asked. This is a misunderstanding. The old man smiled in a flattering manner. With a snap, Yang Kai crushed his neck. He broke his neck bone. His head rolled down. The headless corpse twitching nonstop, blood spurting out from the neck like a fountain. The moment the old man died, the primordial dragon binding net loosened. Yang Kai reached out and pulled the net down. Everyone was instantly freed. The power that was restrained also recovered. The group of people stared at him in a daze. Only now did they realize how terrifying the gap between them and the young man in front of them was. Trapped in this net, they didn't even have the strength to lift a finger, but Yang Kai was able to ignore the power of this net and kill its owner. Chapter 4082. Yang Kai casually tossed the mixed origin dragon binding net to Lang Qingshan. The latter was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Thank you, master, for your reward. The others looked on enviously. They had all been bound by this net before, so they naturally knew how powerful this treasure was. They didn't dare say that it could deal with those in the heaven-opening realm, but at the very least, those below the heaven-opening realm would be powerless against this net. With this net in hand, those below the heaven-opening realm could be said to be invincible. However, even though they were envious, they couldn't think of anything else. Previously, when they were in danger, Lang Qingshan was the first to rush out. He was loyal and courageous, so it was natural for him to be rewarded by Yang Kai. Refine it carefully. This net. Be careful. Yang Kai suddenly shouted. When he turned his head to look, he saw a huge, spinning awl in front of the seven-colored passageway. It pierced through the air and filled his vision. This attack came without warning, and it was the moment when the skinny old man was beheaded. Everyone relaxed. It was obvious that this attack had been planned long ago. The huge awl was extremely fast, arriving in front of Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the dozens of people behind him changed drastically. Yang Kai took 3 steps forward and stretched out a large hand. The power of wood, fire, earth, and water filled his hand as he grabbed at the huge awl. He grabbed empty air. The huge awl actually ignored his attack and easily pierced through his body, heading straight for his body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He didn't have time to react before the huge awl slammed into his body. His entire body shook violently as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. Behind him, the dozens of people all let out muffled groans as their auras suddenly withered. Divine technique. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Previously, when he saw the huge awl's shocking aura, he thought it was some kind of secret treasure. Only now did he understand that it wasn't a secret treasure at all. It was a divine technique, an extremely sinister divine technique. This divine technique targeted the cultivator's Dao seal. The moment the giant awl hit his body, Yang Kai felt the Dao seal in his body shake violently. The wood, fire, earth, and water forces in the Dao seal suddenly became chaotic. Fortunately, he had been using a part of his mind to control the Yin-Yang Reversal 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Sutra. Otherwise, this alone would have been enough to destroy his foundation. It was also thanks to the fact that he had refined quite a bit of Dao-E divine water that the seal had become incomparably sturdy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy and his figure flickered, disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few thousand meters away, sending out a punch towards a certain spot in the void, causing it to collapse. But there was no one there. "You sure run fast." Yang Kai's expression was unsightly. He had been attacked by the giant awl and had immediately followed it. However, he hadn't been able to find the person who had attacked him. It was clear that the person who had attacked him was extremely fearful of him and knew how powerful he was. After this attack, regardless of whether it was a success or failure, he had immediately fled. What annoyed Yang Kai was that he didn't even know who had attacked him. Was this person robbing him like the skinny old man, or was he deliberately targeting him? His mind was in turmoil. He faintly felt that the latter was more likely. If he was robbing him, he wouldn't have fled immediately after the first attack. However, this person had done so. Obviously, he was deliberately targeting him. However, this person might not be targeting him, but targeting all the bearers chosen by the Holy Spirits. This person was also a bearer. Yang Kai's mind brightened. He had laid an ambush here to eliminate some of his opponents in advance. "Master!" Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly chased after him with a guilty look on their faces. They had only followed Yang Kai into the colorful tunnel for less than 5 minutes, and they had already encountered 2 waves of attacks. In the 2 waves of attacks, they were completely useless. In the first wave, Yang Kai had turned the tide and killed the skinny old man. In the second wave, Yang Kai was at the front and took most of the attacks. As his subordinates, Lang Qingshan and the others felt ashamed and uneasy. The giant awl was an attack that targeted the divine technique of Daoist seals. Yang Kai took most of the damage, and the remaining damage was distributed to Lang Qingshan and the others. Although it made their Daoist seals tremble, it didn't take any of their lives. Yang Kai glanced at them and immediately understood that their current condition was no longer suitable for fighting. He said in a low voice, "Relax, I'll send all of you to a good place." As he said that, he extended his hand to grab them. Lang Qingshan and the others didn't understand what he meant, but they quickly relaxed. When Yang Kai's big hand grabbed them, their vision turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, they realized that they had already arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. They looked at each other in confusion. Just as they were wondering where they were, Yang Kai's voice was heard, "Recuperate carefully, don't think about anything else." His voice was still by their ears, but they couldn't see him. Lang Qingshan and the others nodded respectfully. They quickly sat in a lotus position and silently channeled their secret arts. In the tunnel, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and walked forward. The tunnel was very long, but there were corpses lying on the ground at intervals. It was obvious that the cultivator who had entered earlier had already fought. Yang Kai walked past a few corpses on the ground and carefully examined them. There were no wounds on these corpses, and their wealth had not been taken away. Their space rings were still on their hands, and their body temperature was still there. It was obvious that they had just died. He scanned the corpses with his divine telekinesis and discovered that their Taoist seals had been shattered. The owner of the giant all had taken action. Yang Kai raised his head and looked in the direction of the tunnel. He activated the law of space and drifted forward, chasing after the owner. The owner of this giant all was definitely one of the carriers. Perhaps he was already proficient in it, or he had learned this strange attack from a divine spirit. This attack was really hard to guard against. Even Yang Kai was almost hit by it, let alone others. If a cultivator with a weak foundation was hit by this attack, their Taoist seals would be shattered in an instant, and they would die an unnatural death. He wanted to see which bastard had the guts to do this to him. He chased after the owner, passing by batch after batch of cultivator. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he arrived next to a woman in a few steps. Before he could greet her, the woman suddenly swung her hair. The red thread that bound her hair turned into countless threads and attacked Yang Kai. "Senior sister, please have mercy," Yang Kai shouted, and the power of the earth system filled the surface of his body, turning into a dragon shield. Each dragon shield was made of a giant dragon's tail, and the dragon scales on the dragon's body were vivid. A red silk wrapped around Yang Kai and was blocked by the dragon's shield. The woman turned her head, and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Little brother Yang?" "Senior sister Chu." Yang Kai smiled slightly. This woman was Chu Huashang of Yin Yang Wonderland. She entered the colorful passage before Yang Kai, but her speed was not fast. She was caught up by Yang Kai here. "We are really fated." Chu Huashang smiled, and the person was more delicate than the flower. The red silk threads were retracted and turned into the headband that bound the long hair. She looked up and down at Yang Kai, and her beautiful eyes were shining. Yang Kai laughed. "We are going to enter the land of no elders. We will always meet. Senior sister Chu alone? How many more can there be?" Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile. "Little brother Yang, do you want to accompany me? If we join forces, even if we meet Lin Feng, we can beat them." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not impossible, but if we find the primordial fruit tree." Chu Huashang said quietly, "Little brother Yang is a big man. Can't you let me, a weak woman? Although the Fei is ugly, his strength is good. I have made an agreement with him. If I can take him out of the great ruins, he will protect me for 400 years. I want the primordial spirit fruit very much." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Senior sister Chu is not a weak woman. I am really soft." Chu Huashang said coquettishly, close to Yang Kai's eyes like silk, "Little brother Yang, if you don't believe it, you will know." Yang Kai's eyes involuntarily glanced at her towering peaks, clenched his fist and coughed, "Senior sister Chu, I haven't found the primordial spirit fruit yet. You take away the charm first." Chu Huashang suddenly smiled and said, "You are really interesting." No longer talking about companionship, both she and Yang Kai know that even if they are really companions, they will be hostile in the end. Maybe they will not kill each other, but in order to compete for the primordial spirit fruit, they will definitely go all out. This is not only related to the interests of the Holy Spirit for hundreds of years, but also related to their future status in their respective sections. Just think about it. If they could really bring out a divine spirit from the great cosmological realm, then their status in their respective sects would definitely rise, and those blessed enclaves would definitely nurture them and treat them as core disciples. It was because of this that the Holy Spirits agreed to protect them. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat. This is a condition that every bearer cannot refuse. Yang Kai has not had time to talk to Zhu Juyin about this, and now that he and others have fallen into the hands of Zhu Juyin, Yang Kai will grab the primordial spirit fruit no matter what. Otherwise, with the character of Zhu Juyin, he and others will definitely die. Senior sister, have you seen anyone running past you? Yang Kai asked. Chu Huashang said, yes, a lot of people. One by one ran faster than a rabbit. I don't know what to worry about. Yang Kai was speechless as a result. He couldn't track down the whereabouts of the owner of the giant awl. After a little hesitation, Yang Kai said, Senior Sister Chu, be careful. I just met a guy who displayed a divine technique, specifically targeting the seal. He told all kinds of information about the giant awl. Chu Huashang's face suddenly became dignified. Isn't this the Tao-breaking seal of Ziqiong Blessed Land? Yang Kai wondered, Senior Sister, do you recognize this divine technique? Chu Huashang nodded. Listening to what you said, it's very much like the Tao-breaking seal of Ziqiong Blessed Land. This divine technique is specifically targeted at the cultivator's seal, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I can't be sure. Suspicious. Did Ziqiong Blessed Land also come? I haven't heard of it. Yang Kai guessed, maybe Ziqiong Blessed Land came, or there was a disciple of Ziqiong Blessed Land who became the bearer, and the Holy Spirit behind it learned this divine technique and passed it on to the current bearer. Chu Huashang nodded and said, there is also this possibility. In any case, Senior Sister, be careful. Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. Thank you, Junior Brother, for reminding me, but Junior Brother, rest assured, this divine technique can deal with the general cultivator, but it is a bit difficult to deal with Senior Sister. Chapter 4083. Chu Huashang condenses the power of the 6th grade and aims to achieve the 6th grade to open the sky. Naturally, she has this confidence. Yang Kai said, Senior Sister, you can't take it lightly, and the power of the Tao-breaking seal is really good. He has refined more than a dozen drops of Taoyi divine water. How strong is the seal, and it is shaken by the 5 elements, not to mention other people. Although Chu Huashang's background is good, if you are caught off guard and attacked, it is very likely to suffer a big loss. Chu Huashang kept nodding. Well, I will remember. Seeing her careless appearance, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, on second thought, I just suffered a loss because I was unprepared. Chu Huashang and others were born in the Blessed Enclave, and they are well informed. If they really see the Tao-breaking seal, they will recognize it. It should be okay to be on guard. It's finally the end, and it's too long. Chu Huashang suddenly brightened up. Yang Kai looked up and saw a ray of light in front of him. It was obvious that he had reached the end of the passage. When the two talked, they did not stop. Counting the distance, this colorful passage was at least 100 miles. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Junior Brother, be careful. There may be an ambush at this exit. Chu Huashang warned. Yang Kai smiled. I will explore the way for Senior Sister. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and rushed out of the exit. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, countless attacks came from all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. The number of cultivator gathered at this exit is really a lot. It should be from the same force. There are thousands of people. When they see someone coming out, they will attack without asking. The power of the secret technique is released, and they will cover the whole body of Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, using the Nihility secret technique, and his body was immediately banished into the void, drifting. Although there were many attacks, they all hit empty air. Many of the cultivator ambushing at the exit were shocked and doubtful, thinking that Yang Kai had been smashed into pieces. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared on the spot. When the flames around his body shone brightly, the golden crow primordial fire turned into little golden crows and scattered in all directions. Screams of agony rang out one after another. One by one, the cultivator was incinerated by the golden crow primordial fire and turned into fine powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's Red Star. Someone recognized Yang Kai's identity and shouted in horror. The situation is tense, retreat. Another person shouted. The cultivator that was still alive did not dare to stay any longer. They all scattered like birds and beasts, leaving behind over 200 corpses that were burned to ashes by the golden crow primordial fire. Yang Kai did not intend to pursue. With a shake of his body, the golden crow primordial fire that flew back again and disappeared into his body. Chu Huashang jumped out of the exit, looked around, spit out his tongue and said, They are really unlucky. It's not good to hit anyone, but they actually provoked junior brother. Yongkai said lightly, they are here, but they are just looking for their own death. Even without him, these people will suffer a big loss sooner or later. However, since ancient times, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Junior brother, are you really not with me? Chu Huasheng looked at Yang Kai faintly, looking forward to it. Yang Kai turned and waved and said, goodbye here. I wish senior sister Chu good luck. Smelly man. Chu Huasheng's mouth pouted high, her breasts rose and fell, but soon she smiled again and said, junior brother has to leave the great void realm alive. Senior sister will find you to try yin-yang fusion when she is free. Yang Kai staggered and almost fell to the ground, and Chu Huasheng's bell-like laughter came from behind. The great void realm is ancient, and the land of elders is even older. The entire land of elders is filled with the vicissitudes of life. This strange place seems to have been preserved from a very long time ago. The laws of heaven and earth are also subtly different from those of the great void realm. There are traces of ancient times. The world energy here was extremely rich. Every time Kai Yang breathed, he could feel the world energy seeping into his body through his pores, making his whole body feel comfortable. Cultivating in this kind of place would definitely result in twice the result with half the effort. Even if he was injured, healing would still be faster than normal. 200,000 people have poured into this land of elders. Even if there are many losses in the passage, there are only tens of thousands of people. More than 100,000 cultivators have gathered here. If there is really something good in the land of elders, it will not escape the search of these cultivators. After coming out of the exit, Yang Kai casually found a direction and galloped away. Battles between cultivators can be seen everywhere on the road, or for a spirit medicine, or for a treasure of heaven and earth. The fire of life extinguished and blood stained the earth. Yang Kai has a huge harvest in the great void realm, and his vision is also high. It is really difficult for ordinary treasures to move him. The main goal of this trip is the primordial spirit fruit. If there are other gains, it is naturally the best. As they move forward, the cultivator also gradually spread out. This land of elders is unknown how big it is. There is no sun or moon in the sky, but there is light. Looking up, there are huge stars hanging in the sky. These stars seem to be in front of people, giving people a strange sense of oppression. Along the way, Yang Kai also occasionally harvests. He picked a few spirit medicines and threw them into the medicine garden, letting Mu Zhu and the Littlewood spirit take care of them. He also harvested a few treasures of yin and yang, but the quality is not too high. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly stopped. His nose twitched slightly, and his eyes lit up. He smelled a strange fragrance. When this fragrance entered his nose, he could not help but clear his mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. There was a strange resonance in his Tao seal, and the power of the 5 elements flowed faster. His heart trembled, and he realized that this fragrance should be from a great medicine. He did not know what it is, but its effect must be extraordinary. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly boosted. He followed the fragrance all the way. Not long after, he suddenly entered a valley. The valley was full of birds and fragrant flowers, and the scenery was pleasant. However, at this moment, there are 3 groups of people confronting each other. There are many of them, and each group has more than 100 people. They are gathered in the center of the valley, and they are wary of each other and sizing each other up. These 3 groups of people are obviously like Yang Kai. They smelled the scent of the great medicine and followed the fragrance, but they are in a deadlock here. Seeing Yang Kai's figure, the faces of the leaders of the 3 groups of people sank. The longer they delay, the more people will come here. If someone they can't afford to offend really comes, they will definitely not have a share of this great medicine. The leader of the group on the left is a strong man. He snorted coldly, another one courting death. The leader of the woman on the right said, we can't delay any longer. Quickly come up with a plan. If we delay any longer, more people will come. The leader of the last group of cultivators is an elderly man. He reached out to stroke his beard and said, old madam has many people, so she wants half. You can divide the remaining half. The strong man and the woman sneered. Wishful thinking. The woman licked her lips and looked at the strong man. "Why don't you and I join forces to kill this old thing first? Then we can split the profits. Wouldn't that be perfect?" When the strong man heard this, his expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, "Okay." The old man's face turned cold. "Want to kill me? That will depend on whether you have the ability." He raised his arm and shouted, "Children, follow me to snatch the medicine." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed to the location of the great medicine. When the strong man and the beautiful woman saw this, they couldn't care less and ordered their subordinates to rush over together. They were in a stalemate before and were afraid of each other. Now that one side made a move, the other two sides couldn't hold back and could only fight for it. Yang Kai looked up and saw a vine-like thing in the middle of the valley. There was a bunch of grape-like berries on the vine. The grapes were green and purple, and the tempting fragrance came from the grapes. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a strange expression. What kind of great medicine was this? He didn't know much about the rare treasures outside of the universe, so he really couldn't tell what this thing was. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The three groups of people were about to attack. If he wasn't careful, this great medicine would be destroyed. Just as Yang Kai was about to make a move to snatch it, he saw that around the vine, pom-poms floated out and danced with the wind. Around the great medicine, there were dandelion-like plants that bore many pom-poms. When hundreds of people attacked, these pom-poms were immediately hit. The pom-poms separated and turned into pieces of flower velvet, falling on the cultivators. No one cared about these flower velvet. However, a hair-raising scene appeared. The flower velvet looked unremarkable, and no cultivator paid attention to it. However, when these flower velvet landed on the cultivator, it seemed to have a life of its own and madly pierced into the cultivator's flesh. Miserable screams instantly sounded. One by one, the cultivator fell to the ground. The flower velvet rapidly grew like monsters, sucking the essence of the cultivator's flesh and blood. In less than 10 breaths, the life force of the cultivator was extinguished, turning into withered corpses that fell to the ground with a ferocious expression. The three leaders' strength was not bad. When they sensed that something was wrong, they immediately activated their strength to resist. However, the woman and the elderly man only lasted for a moment before following in the footsteps of their subordinates. The brawny man was decisive. He raised his hand and chopped off his arm. As blood spurted out, he retreated in horror. Looking at his arm, he saw that his arm was rapidly withering. The essence of his flesh and blood was sucked clean by the parasitic flower velvet. The flower velvet fluttered in the air, drifting towards the brawny man as if it had a mind of its own. The brawny man's expression changed greatly. He did not dare to stay any longer. With a strange cry, he fled outside. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He did not pay attention to the dandelions before. It could even be said that he did not notice these things at all. All his attention was attracted by the great medicine. Who knew that there would be such danger around the great medicine? Hundreds of people died in 10 breaths. How horrifying was the scene! The flower velvet seemed to be able to sense life force and continued to drift towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood still. When the flower velvet came close, he raised his hand and pointed. A small and delicate golden crow flew out from his fingertip and faced the flower velvet that filled the sky. With a whoosh, the sky was set ablaze. All the flower velvet was burned to ashes in an extremely short period of time. The scene was cleared. Chapter 4084. It was unknown what kind of strange existence these flowers were, but they were extremely dangerous. Once a cultivator came into contact with them, they would pierce into their flesh and blood and devour their flesh and blood essence in a very short time, turning them into dry bones. But how overbearing was the golden crow true fire? These flowers were simply unable to resist. The people from the three sides either died or fled. Soon, only Yang Kai was left in the mountain valley. Stepping forward, he stepped into the world of dandelions. The flower balls disintegrated, and the flowers danced once again. Yang Kai's body surged with raging flames, burning a passage, and soon arrived in front of the great medicine. Leaning over and smelling it, he could not help but feel refreshed by the pleasant fragrance. Good stuff, Yang Kai praised. Although he did not know the specific effects of this great medicine, it was undeniable that this was definitely one of the few spirit medicines he had ever seen. He reached out to grab the bunch of grape-like berries, preparing to pluck them. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. With a slight sizzling sound, roots suddenly pierced out from the ground and quickly wrapped around Yang Kai, pulling him down. With a bang, Yang Kai's entire body disappeared as he was pulled deep into the ground. After 3 breaths, Yang Kai broke out of the ground, furious. In a moment of carelessness, he was actually plotted against by a stalk of great medicine. Those roots that had wrapped around him just now were clearly the work of this vine. Although the strength of those roots was great, they couldn't restrain his eruption, allowing him to quickly break free. Gritting his teeth, he sneered, "I didn't want to kill you, but unfortunately, you've gone too far." He reached out to grab the vine. His original plan was to take the bunch of grape-like berries. The essence of this great medicine was on this bunch of berries, but after suffering a loss, he immediately changed his mind and wanted to move the entire vine. Unexpectedly, before he could grab the vine suddenly shook, pulling out roots from the ground, and a few buds grew on the vine. In an instant, the vine seemed to have grown hands and feet, and then fled into the distance like a wisp of smoke. Yang Kai was stunned. He stared blankly at the fleeing great medicine, absent-minded on the spot. This great medicine had gained sentience. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Previously, when he was plotted against by the vines, he already felt that this great medicine was somewhat unusual. Now, it seemed that it was indeed so. This spirit medicine had lived in the land of everlastingness for an unknown number of years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and had actually developed spiritual intelligence. It had an instinctive perception and knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. When it sensed that something was wrong, it actually took the initiative to escape. Such a great medicine definitely had extraordinary medicinal effects. Even in the entire Trichiliocosm, there were probably not many of them. Overjoyed, he arrived in front of the vine in a flash and smiled. "Where can you escape to in front of me? Be a good boy and let yourself be captured." The giant hand descended, binding space. The vines waved their branches and cut through space, entangling Yang Kai's limbs. The arm-like branches turned into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was shocked again. While he was shocked, he was punched in the nose by the vine. Suddenly, he saw stars. Taking advantage of this time, the vine once again broke free from Yang Kai's entanglement and continued to escape. Yang Kai covered his nose, tears streaming down his face. Enraged, he raised his hand and threw the black dragon spear forward. The spear pierced through the air like a giant dragon dancing in the sky. The black dragon spear accurately pierced the front of the vine, filling the air with the might of a dragon, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The vines stopped in their tracks and shivered. Yang Kai's breathing was heavy. He approached step by step from behind, rubbing his nose as he walked. With a plop, the vine's roots softened and it knelt on the ground, transforming into a small person half a foot tall. It had hands and feet, 7 orifices on its face, and a bunch of grape-like berries on its head. Seeing Yang Kai approaching, it raised its hand and plucked a purple grape from its head. Holding it with both hands, it spoke in human language, "Master, please spare my life. This lowly one is willing to offer a berry. Please give me a way out." Yang Kai couldn't care less about rubbing his nose. He stared at it and said in surprise, You can transform?" This great medicine really became a spirit. It had already transformed into a human form, looking like a little old man. It was unknown how long the flowing time great emperor had lived. All things had spirits. If they had the opportunity, they would be able to open their spiritual wisdom. In this world, not only the existence of flesh and blood could be like this. The jade and stone and the spirit in medicine could all be like this. However, without flesh and blood, it was extremely difficult for this kind of existence to cultivate. It often required the accumulation of the endless flowing time great emperor. The great medicine in front of him had spiritual wisdom, could transform into a human form, and could even speak human language. It probably had tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Such a great medicine could be called a sacred medicine. The half-foot-tall little old man looked up and smiled very flatteringly. Suddenly, he stretched out a leg and swept it towards Yang Kai's lower body, directly throwing Yang Kai to the ground. He then laughed and ran away. Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink Master Pu's foot washing water. Yang Kai flipped over and stood up, raising his hand to grab the black dragon spear. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He muttered, "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. I'll eat you clean." A moment later, with a thud, the half-foot-tall little old man kneeled on the ground. His facial features were squeezed together. He held a grape that he plucked from his head and said pitifully, "Master, please spare my life. This lowly one won't dare to do it again." Yang Kai sneered and grabbed him. He clenched his fist and pressed it against his forehead. He used all his strength to drill and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The little old man's face was twisted and he begged for mercy. "Master, don't drill anymore. My head is going to break." "Ah, it's quite comfortable." Two roots scratched his face. His facial features relaxed, and he looked very comfortable. Yang Kai was angry. He stretched out his hand and released a ball of golden crow true fire, slowly approaching him. The little old man's face twisted again. He struggled to escape from Yang Kai's hands and kept shaking his head. "No, no, no. I'll be burned to death. Burn to death and end all troubles. It'll be a good time to cook a pot of medicine. Drinking it will definitely prolong your life and increase your strength." Yang Kai's face was ferocious and terrifying. "I'm poisonous. You can't eat me. If you eat me, you'll be poisoned to death." The little old man shouted in fear. Seeing that Yang Kai was indifferent, he quickly used his trump card, "Don't kill me. I can take you to find other medicines. They're more delicious." Yang Kai's hands paused. "Other medicines? An existence like you?" The little old man shook his head. "There are a few like me. Some of the little ones haven't fully matured, but eating them will definitely be useful. The little ones he mentioned should be the ones that haven't evolved yet, but even if they haven't, they should have matured for a long time. If they were discovered by the cultivator that entered this place, there would definitely be a fight over them." "Do you know of a fruit tree that bears a kind of spiritual fruit? One can only pick one at a time, and it will disappear." Yang Kai asked. He was just worried about where to find the innate fruit tree. He didn't expect to come across such a strange saint herb. It was just the right time to inquire about it. "You mean that fruit tree?" The little old man thought for a moment. "I know, that old thing is even older than me. It's not easy to deal with it." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Take me there, and I'll spare your life." The little old man was also overjoyed. His eyes lit up. "Really?" Suddenly, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Swear." Yang Kai raised his fist and punched the little old man's head. "Your life and death is in my hands, and you still want me to swear?" The little old man touched the big bump on his head, feeling wronged. "That berry just now?" Yang Kai looked at the little old man's head. The little old man reluctantly handed the berry over with both hands. "It's here." Yang Kai took it and looked at it carefully. He found that this thing was similar to a grape, but the spiritual energy contained in it was extremely shocking. If such a berry was eaten, not only would it have a restorative effect, it would also have healing effects. He stuffed the berry into his mouth and bit through the skin. He felt an extremely pure spiritual energy exploding in his mouth, as if a small universe had exploded in his mouth. Yang Kai quickly closed his mouth and nose, but there was still uncontrollable spiritual energy flowing out from his 7 orifices, filling the area around him with spiritual energy. The little old man looked at him from the side. His facial features were squeezed together, and he sighed, "From now on, I, Pu Baixiang, will change my name to Pu 99 Xiong." There were exactly 100 berries on the string on his head, so he called himself Pu Baixiang. Now that Yang Kai had eaten one, there were only 99 left. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a light breath. He felt an inexhaustible strength in his body. His flesh and blood were wriggling endlessly, and his essence blood was flowing in his body, emitting the sound of a surging river. Pu Baixiang's berry was indeed extraordinary. Although it couldn't bring a dead person back to life, as long as there was still a breath left, This berry could bring the dead back to life. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Pu Baixiong and found him much more pleasing to the eye. Don't try anything funny. If you dare run away again, I'll definitely eat you when I catch you, Yang Kai fiercely threatened. Pu Baixiong nodded repeatedly. I won't run away. I won't run away. I can't escape. Take me to that fruit tree, Yang Kai ordered. Pu Baixiong leaped up and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, showing him the way. Pu Baixiong was the local dragon of the land of ancients. He had lived here for a long time, the flowing time great emperor, so he knew a lot about the land of ancients. Moreover, he had already transformed into human form and had been running around the land of ancients for many years, so with his guidance, Yang Kai was saved a lot of trouble. Along the way, Yang Kai avoided many dangers. Under Pu Baixiong's guidance, Yang Kai also obtained many precious treasures, but he didn't come across a saint herb like Pu Baixiong. According to Pu Baixiong, in the entire land of ancients, there were less than 10 saint herbs that could transform into human form like him, and each one of them was as cunning as a ghost, very difficult to capture. The reason he failed miserably was mainly because he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to ignore the threat of the dandelion flowers. By the time he wanted to escape, it was already too late. A few days later, Yang Kai arrived at a swamp. Pu Baixiong's expression was solemn. Master, this place is very dangerous. You must be careful. Don't fall. If you do, both of us will die here. Chapter 4085. Where's the danger? Yang Kai scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found nothing out of the ordinary. He could not help but be surprised. Pu Baixiong said seriously, this water is poisonous, and there's something underwater. Poisonous water? Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Before entering, Zhu Juyin had told him that there were many opportunities and dangers in this elder's land, so he had to be careful. Yang Kai was the carrier she had chosen, so she naturally did not want him to fail. This swamp looked inconspicuous, but it was full of danger. Yang Kai could not help but sigh. At this moment, a few miles away, a group of people looked over in surprise. One of the young men said, "What's that on that person's shoulder?" No one knew which faction this group of people were from. When they came here and saw Pu Baixiong, they were all surprised. A middle-aged man mustered all his strength and looked over. His expression was suddenly shocked, and he exclaimed in joy, "A transformed sacred medicine." As soon as he said that, everyone's breathing quickened. Although they had some gains after entering the Elder's Land, compared to a transformed Saint Herb, those gains were simply negligible. This sacred medicine had a string of purple and green berries on its head. It had 7 orifices on its face, and it had hands and legs. It was unknown how long it had been there. Such a treasure was rarely seen in the outside world. Now that they saw it, everyone was naturally greedy. Exchanging a glance with each other, they all flew up and rushed towards Yang Kai. Pu Baixiong's roots danced as he scratched his face. He said disdainfully, "Reckless." As soon as he said that, there was a series of screams. The cultivator that was flying in midair fell from the sky uncontrollably. Plopping sounds rang out incessantly as many cultivators fell into the puddles of the swamp, inexplicably surprised. However, before they could climb out of the puddles, they suddenly began to scream miserably. Flesh and blood separated. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator that fell into the puddles turned into white bones and sank to the bottom of the water and disappeared. The remaining cultivator was luckier. They did not fall into the puddles directly. They stood on top of the swamp and felt their hair stand on end. They did not dare to move. This water is really poisonous. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Those cultivators had entered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, and each of them had grown tremendously in strength. Although they had not succeeded in splitting open the sky, they had at least condensed several kinds of yin, yang, and 5 elements power. They were all outstanding figures in the Emperor realm. However, such a group of cultivators had turned into withered bones without even having the strength to resist when they fell into the puddle. This showed how toxic the swamp water was. If that was all, it would be fine. However, there seemed to be a natural restriction above the swamp that prevented people from flying. "Don't move, don't move. Be careful of these puddles, don't fall in," the elderly man shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly stretched out from a puddle under his feet, rolled him up, and dragged him into the puddle. With a gurgling sound and a burst of bubbles, the old man disappeared. What was that? Yang Kai's scalp was a little numb. He did not see clearly what had dragged the elderly man into the swamp just now. He only vaguely saw that it was a tentacle with form, but without substance. Pu Baixiong whispered, "I'm not too sure. I only know that there is something under the water. However, if you don't make a sound, that thing won't be able to sense you." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The death of the elderly man made the cultivator who was still alive feel uneasy. Many of them screamed and quickly fled out of the swamp. It was fine if they did not move. But once they moved, pitch-black tentacles suddenly burst out from the puddles of the swamp, rolled them up by the waist, and dragged them into the puddles. One by one, the cultivator disappeared quickly. Huge bubbles emerged from the puddles one after another. The power of secret techniques and artifacts bloomed. Many of the cultivator resisted and cut off the tentacles. However, there were so many tentacles that no matter how hard they tried, they could not cut them all. In just a dozen breaths, the original team of more than 100 people was reduced to a dozen people. These people stood in the swamp trembling in fear, unable to advance or retreat. They were lucky they did not move or make any noise, so they were lucky to survive. Seeing their companions fall one after another, they did not dare to move. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and asked, "Can we take a detour?" This swamp was strange, and it made him a little scared. Pu Baixiong said, "It will take a long time to take a detour. Don't worry, with me leading the way, we will definitely be able to get there safely." Yang Kai was skeptical, but he still braced himself and stepped forward. Pu Baixiong whispered in his ear, "Don't make any noise, otherwise it will be troublesome. Also, don't touch the poisonous water, otherwise it will be even more troublesome." "You're so long-winded," Yang Kai said with disdain. "Being long-winded is for your own good. I don't want to die here with you," Pu Baixiong said angrily. This time, his voice was a little loud, and a tentacle immediately stretched out from the puddles of the swamp. Pu Baixiong immediately stopped talking, and Yang Kai also froze in place, not daring to move. The tentacle stopped 3 inches in front of Yang Kai, swayed for a while, and then retracted back. Yang Kai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued to move forward. The dozen cultivator who were lucky enough to survive watched for a while, and then followed suit, carefully walking in the swamp. After walking for a while, Pu Baixiong suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Why is there an eye in the water?" Yang Kai was shocked and looked down. Sure enough, he saw that there was an extra eye in the puddles beside him. Rather than saying that there was an extra eye, it was more accurate to say that the puddles had turned into a giant eye, and it was following his footsteps, moving its eyeballs and quietly watching him. Yang Kai could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, and his body froze in place. "Grape, you didn't know that there were eyes in the water before?" Pu Baixiong swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, "I've never seen it before. What the hell is this place? It's one thing for the sacred medicine to become a spirit, but why does this swamp seem to have become a spirit as well?" Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Don't scare yourself." Pu Baixiong forced a laugh. "We must have seen wrongly. Close your eyes and look again, and it will be gone." As he said that, he closed his eyes and then slowly opened them and said in horror, "There are more eyes." The moment he closed his eyes, all the puddles in the swamp turned into giant eyes, and the eyelids rolled, staring at Yang Kai and the dozen cultivator. The dozen cultivator obviously noticed this as well, and they were instantly scared out of their wits, and some of the more cowardly ones had already started running. As he moved, the entire swamp shook, and from the giant eyes, countless tentacles stretched out in all directions, locking down the heavens and earth. "Run!" Yang Kai shouted, and his body swayed, and he quickly ran away. Countless tentacles wrapped around him, and Pu Baixiong grabbed Yang Kai's ears with both hands and shouted in horror, "Die, die, I'm dead for sure." Just as the tentacles were about to wrap around Yang Kai, there was a whoosh, and a layer of fire burned on the surface of Yang Kai's body, and the approaching tentacles were all burned to ashes. Pu Baixiong was burnt to a crisp, and his head was on fire, and he said pitifully, "Master, why are you burning me? I'm going to be burnt to a crisp." "Shut up," Yang Kai shouted angrily. He had already tried his best to protect Pu Baixiong, or else, under the golden crow true fire, how could this saint herb still be alive? The tentacles sizzled as they were burned, and the golden crow true fire was extraordinarily powerful, burning through the tentacles and into the puddles, and the giant eyes in the puddles burst open. An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the swamp, followed by a series of quakes, and from the bottom of the swamp, a colossal creature slowly crawled up. The colossal creature was 1,000 feet tall, and its entire body was covered in eyes. Layers and layers of dried bones hung on its body, and it was unknown how many dead souls it had gathered. The eyes were of different sizes, and at first glance, they looked like puddles, and from those eyes, pitch-black tentacles extended and danced, grabbing at Yang Kai. There was not only one of these colossal creatures, but more than 100 of them, and at this moment, they were all alarmed. Yang Kai turned around to look, and was instantly shocked. Only now did he realize that the entire swamp was formed by these colossal creatures, and the puddles were their eyes. What the hell was this? Yang Kai had traveled extensively these past few years, and could be considered to have seen a lot, but he had never seen such a creature before. Perhaps only a place like the land of the ancients could give birth to such a strange existence. Fire Dragon's Breath. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and his whole body seemed to expand, and then he fiercely breathed out a mouthful of flames. The golden crow true fire burned the sky red, and the tentacles that extended over were burned to ashes. But the hundreds of tentacles of these colossal creatures were too many, and it was impossible to burn all of them. After Yang Kai finished breathing out the golden crow true fire, the situation did not change much, and the colossal creatures behind him stomped on the ground, chasing closely. Pu Baixiong shouted loudly, "Master, run quickly. After a certain distance, they won't chase anymore." Yang Kai ran as fast as he could, running for more than 1,000 li, but he still could not shake them off. He angrily shouted, "Didn't you say they would stop chasing after a certain distance? Why are they still following me?" Pu Baixiong was a little embarrassed. "I didn't know they were so difficult to deal with. I've never seen them before." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Dragon transformation." With a dragon's roar, Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded, and with a series of crackling sounds, his whole body was covered in dragon scales, each of which had a natural pattern on them. They were solid and thick, and were impervious to fire and water. A pair of horns grew on his head, his hands turned into dragon claws, and his dragon tail swept behind him, while his dragon whiskers fluttered. Dragons might fill the air. Pu Baixiong was stunned. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had not used the dragon transformation secret technique for a long time, and all these years, he had been consuming dragon blood pills to purify his bloodline. Although he knew he would definitely grow, he did not expect the growth to be so great. At this time, his dragon transformation body was already more than 1,500 zhang tall, and not only that, the characteristics of the dragon race had become more obvious. If in the past, his dragon transformation only had a few characteristics of the dragon race, then now, 30% to 40% of his body was that of the dragon race. Chapter 4086. The giant creatures with eyes all over their bodies were incomparably huge, but Yang Kai was much taller than them. 2 streams of dragon breath shot out from his nostrils, leaving a mark in the air. Yang Kai stared at the giant creatures that were rapidly approaching him, only to feel a boundless power surging within his body. He roared towards the sky, but what came out of his mouth was a pure dragon roar, shaking the 9 heavens. Raising his hand, he grasped the black dragon spear in his hand. This divine spear was refined from the body of a dragon race, and only those with the bloodline of the dragon race could use its power. If not for this, the giant Godada would not have given the black dragon spear to Yang Kai. With the spear in hand, the blood in Yang Kai's body flowed even more fiercely, and a strange feeling rose from his heart. It was as if he was not holding a divine spear, but a companion who could share his joys and sorrows, a companion who could go through fire and water with him. *1. The black dragon spear trembled, and a huge black dragon phantom appeared on the spear, its majestic body filled with endless dragon might, and a pair of dragon eyes glanced at Yang Kai, filled with gratification, relief, and approval. The phantom merged into the spear and disappeared. One of the giant creatures had already arrived 100 zhong in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stabbed out with his spear, and the huge dragon body did not retreat, but instead rushed forward to meet the giant creatures. After painstakingly cultivating for several years, the great freedom spear that had fused with thousands of spear techniques finally shone at this moment. Before the battle with the mantis head, Yang Kai had only used the black dragon spear by relying on his own instincts, but now he was no longer the same as before. With the spear in his hand, he could command it as if it was his own arm, and spear images bloomed, filling the air with spear shadows. Not restricted by movement, not restricted by appearance, the spear was free, and his heart was free. This was the great freedom spear. Brushing past the first giant creature, the giant creature suddenly stiffened, and in the blink of an eye, it was hit by dozens of spear strikes, and a moment later, it disintegrated and burst apart. Then the second, the third. Wherever Yang Kai passed, there was a rain of blood, and the giant creatures with eyes all over their bodies were unable to withstand a single blow, and the sound of them bursting apart could be heard. Boom! Yang Kai's dragon claws latched onto the head of the last giant creature and slammed it into the ground. A huge crater immediately appeared on the ground. The dragon clenched its claws tightly, and with a puff, the giant creature's head exploded. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he had slaughtered hundreds of giant creatures. Yang Kai slowly straightened his body and stabbed his spear into the ground, quietly experiencing his tyrannical strength at the moment. A wonderful feeling flowed through every inch of his flesh and blood. This sudden increase in strength made him somewhat infatuated. Pu Baixiong's trembling voice rang in his ears, "Master, they're not dead." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head. What he saw made his dragon eyes widen. On the battlefield that stretched for dozens of miles behind him, the giant creatures that had exploded had now turned into pieces of wriggling flesh and blood. Like mercury, they moved closer to each other and fused together. The giant creatures that had been killed at the beginning had already fused with more than half of their bodies, and there were faint signs that they were about to revive. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are these things so difficult to kill? Even the Azure Dragon Spear could not do anything to them. If he wanted to kill them completely, he would probably have to use his Golden Crow True Fire to burn them to ashes. However, with so many giant creatures, using his Golden Crow True Fire to burn them all would be a thankless task. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and withdrew his dragon transformation secret technique. He returned to his original form, grabbed Pu Baixiong, and threw him directly into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he disappeared in an instant. In this great void realm, he did not dare to use his teleportation secret technique at will. After all, the situation here was strange, and there were many barriers between the heavens and earth. Once he used teleportation, he might fall into some unknown danger. If it was an ordinary danger, it would be fine, but if he fell into a natural spirit array, he might be trapped inside forever. It was because of this that he did not use teleportation to escape when he was being chased by those giant creatures. But now, he had no choice. Those giant creatures had tenacious vitality, and when they recovered, they would definitely be chased endlessly. Just after Yang Kai left, those giant creatures merged and stood up again a moment later. There was not a single wound on their bodies. Without a target, they stood in place and roared. After a while, they crawled down, and the place where they stood turned into a swamp full of puddles. After a long time, a group of cultivators flew over the swamp and fell uncontrollably into the puddles, turning into skeletons. At the same time, Yang Kai stood in a fog with a pale face, his divine sense fluctuating as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. He cursed in his heart. He knew that using teleportation in this damned place was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, his prophecy came true. This fog flowed around his body like water, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Yang Kai used his full eyesight, but he could not see too far away. Not only that, but his divine sense was also suppressed to within 10 meters of him. Yang Kai could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. His divine sense was extremely powerful, not inferior to that of an ordinary heaven-opening realm master, but it was still suppressed by this fog. This was a dangerous place, so he could not stay for long. Just as he was about to use teleportation to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Who is it?" The footsteps paused, followed by a weak voice, "Brother Yang?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, but he soon reacted, "Junior Sister Gu?" This voice belonged to Langya Blessed Land's Gu Pan. Overjoyed, he rushed over and sure enough, after walking a short distance, he saw a beautiful figure standing there. Looking at each other, both of them were overjoyed. "Junior Sister Gu, why are you here?" Yang Kai asked. "I came to find you." Gu Pan looked at him. Yang Kai was confused. "Find me? How did you know I was here?" A strange thought emerged in his mind. He had suddenly teleported here to escape the pursuit of those eye monsters, so why would Gu Pan come here specifically to find him? Gu Pan smiled but did not answer. Yang Kai frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was, so he asked, "Junior Sister, how long have you been here? Do you know how to leave?" Gu Pan said, "I just came in, so I don't know how to leave." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, let's go together. Junior Sister, don't stray too far from me." "Oh." Gu Pan nodded obediently. The two set off side by side, walking through the fog, looking for a way out. After walking for some distance, Yang Kai could not help but ask, "Junior Sister, is there a woman named Zhang Ruashi in your Langya Blessed Land? She only came here a few years ago." Gu Pan shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of her." Yang Kai's expression darkened when he heard this. Zhang Rua, she would definitely go to Langya Blessed Land. After all, her ancestor was born there. Her going to Langya Blessed Land could be considered an acknowledgement of her ancestors, but he did not know if she had not arrived yet, or if Gu Pan really had not heard of her. Rustling sounds came from beside him again as Gu Pan buried herself in busying herself. Yang Kai laughed. "Junior Sister is eating dried fish again?" Turning his head to look, Yang Kai's smile suddenly froze on his face and he shouted, "What kind of monster is this?" Gu Pan's head had turned into a fish head. Although she still had a human body, it looked extremely strange. The fish head turned to look at him. "Sir, I am Ruashi." While speaking, the fish head turned into Zhang Ruashi's appearance and looked at him fixedly. Reuniting after such a long time, she was filled with endless joy. "Ruashi?" Yang Kai was stunned. Wasn't that Gu Pan beside him? How did it suddenly become Zhang Ruashi? "Husband, how many flowers did you pick and how many blades of grass did you provoke outside?" Zhang Ruashi opened her mouth, her voice overlapping as if several people were speaking at the same time. Her appearance was constantly changing, turning into Shanqing Luo, Xianing Chong, Su Yin, Shui Yu, Yu Rumeng, and the others. Yang Kai was furious. An illusion? Touching his left eye, he shouted in a low voice, "Demon Eye of Annihilation, see through illusions." His left eye immediately turned into a golden vertical slit, faintly emitting a divine light. The constantly changing people in front of him immediately disappeared and was replaced by a broken branch. What shocked Yang Kai even more was that he had unknowingly grabbed this branch in his hand. In other words, he had been talking to a branch, and he had been talking with relish. What a powerful illusion! Even he didn't realize that he had been tricked. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the branch in his hand was nothing more than an ordinary object. Coldly snorting, he threw it away and turned his head to look around. He didn't know if this illusion was activated by someone or if it was natural. If it was the former, there must be a powerful master here. If it was the latter, Yang Kai estimated that he had fallen into a natural illusion array. That would be a bit troublesome. Inside this illusion array, his teleportation might not be able to play a role. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately urged his space principles and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, Yang Kai's face was gloomy. He was still in a fog. In other words, he had most likely fallen into a natural illusion array. Unless he broke this array, he would not be able to leave. Quietly looking around, Yang Kai couldn't find the slightest clue. Even the demon eye of annihilation, which was known to see through illusions, was powerless. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai brought Pu Baixiong out of the small sealed world bead and asked, "Grape, do you recognize this place?" Pu Baixiong looked surprised. He had been thrown into the small sealed world bead by Yang Kai, and now he was released. The scene had changed so quickly that he was a little confused, but after looking around, he smiled and said, "Master, you're lost?" Yang Kai said with a black face, "This fog has an illusion effect. It's really powerful. Your master was careless and fell into it." Pu Baixiong stood on Yang Kai's shoulder and said proudly, "Master, you may not know, but this is not an ordinary fog. This is the effect of that mushroom. Unless we are saint medicines born from the same root, ordinary people really can't resist it." Mushroom? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This is the little mushroom's territory. Yang Kai's brow rose. "The little mushroom you speak of, is it also a saint medicine?" Pu Baixiong said, "Exactly." Chapter 4087. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Can you find its main body?" He had heard from Pu Baixiong that there were several sacred herbs in the Great Void Realm that had taken human form like him. Yang Kai was also very interested in those sacred herbs, but he did not expect to suddenly break into the territory of a sacred herb. And according to Pu Baixiong, this fog was actually the sacred herb's doing. Such a method was strange and unpredictable, truly extraordinary. He did not know what the little mushroom Pu Baixiong spoke of was to have such a strange ability. What's so difficult about that? Pu Baixiong shook his head. "I often come here to visit her. Master, follow me. I'll take you to her." With a leap, he jumped to the ground and rushed forward, rushing into the fog in a few steps and disappearing. Looking back, he laughed loudly. "Brat, if you didn't enter this place, Uncle Pooh really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. You just had to recklessly enter this place. Now you're in for it." He was a sacred herb that had taken human form, and it was not easy for him to have his own thoughts and sentience, so how could he be willing to be captured by Yang Kai? All his previous cooperation was just a disguise, and he had been waiting for an opportunity to escape, and now this opportunity had finally come. "Wait for me to find the little mushroom and have her trap you here, so you can forget about ever leaving," Pu Baixiong said proudly. "You want to compete with Uncle Pooh? You're too naive." The pair of legs, transformed from roots, ran swiftly, darting deep into the mist like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, they entered a cave, and Pu Baixiong shouted, "Little mushroom, are you home?" There was a lingering echo, but there was no response. Pu Baixiong muttered, "This fool, did he fall asleep again?" Yes, he must have fallen asleep. He walked straight into the cave, and soon arrived at the deepest part of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a mushroom that was half a foot tall. It was rooted in a piece of spiritual soil, and the mushroom's umbrella rose and fell gently, as if it was a living creature that was breathing slowly. As the mushroom's umbrella rose and fell, countless spores that could not be seen with the naked eye flew out from the umbrella and filled the air. It was these spores that formed this illusory fog, causing Yang Kai to unknowingly fall into an illusion when he entered this place. All sorts of illusions appeared before his eyes, and he could not find a way out. Above the mushroom umbrella, there was a dense flow of light, and it was extremely beautiful. Pu Baixiong walked forward and raised his hand, which was made of roots, to buckle the mushroom umbrella. "Little mushroom, wake up. We have business here." A lazy voice sounded. Then, a pair of big eyes on the mushroom umbrella slowly opened. It seemed that it was still sleepy. It looked at Pu Baixiong, closed its eyes, and said lazily, "Why is it you? You're here to disturb my sleep again. Go, go, go. I still want to sleep." The voice was crisp and tender. It was the voice of a little girl. Pu Baixiong raised his hand and flicked her head, causing the mushroom umbrella to shake. "Don't sleep yet. Help me with something." The big eyes on the mushroom umbrella suddenly opened and stared behind Pu Baixiong. Her eyes were filled with fear as she said in shock, "Pu Baixiong, why did you bring someone in?" Pu Baixiong jumped in fright and quickly looked back. However, there was no one behind him. He said in surprise, What nonsense is this little girl saying? There's no one behind me. There's clearly someone. The mushroom umbrella shouted. The half-foot-tall, colorful mushroom twisted and turned into the appearance of a little girl. There was a mushroom umbrella on her head. She fell to the ground and cried loudly, "It's over! It's over! It's over! I'm going to be eaten!" Following her crying, the spores that couldn't be seen by the naked eye flew out crazily. Pu Baixiong said shakily, "Don't cry. If you keep crying, Uncle Pooh won't be able to take it." There are so many stars. You can actually see me. That's right. This fog is your ability. Since I'm in this fog, you can naturally perceive me. A ghostly voice suddenly sounded out from behind Pu Baixiong. Pu Baixiong, whose eyes were filled with illusions, turned pale with fright. Turning his head, he saw a ripple behind him and Kai Yang's figure appear in front of him. At this moment, Yang Kai was peeling off a thin layer of gauze from his body. This gauze was none other than the shadowless muslin. As early as when he released Pu Baixiong from the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had already paid attention to him, but it turned out that Pu Baixiong was really unreliable. If Yang Kai hadn't been following this guy closely, he might have really been abandoned by him. "Why are you here?" Pu Baixiong was shocked and his face turned pale. Immediately, he laughed foolishly. "It's not you. It's definitely not you. This is an illusion. Wake up." The mushroom cried loudly, "It's not an illusion. He's really here." Tears flowed down her cheeks, and before they fell to the ground, they turned into a thick mist. Pu Baixiong turned his head stiffly and looked at the mushroom. "It's not an illusion." Yang Kai chuckled. Pu Baixiong's roots went soft, and he knelt on the ground. Looking at Yang Kai with a flattering smile, he pointed to the mushroom and said, "Master, I found a saint herb for you. This little girl should be quite delicious. You can make a soup to drink." "Wah!" The mushroom cried even harder, crying and cursing at the same time. "Stinky grape, you actually brought people to harm me. If I had known that meeting you wouldn't be a good thing, I would have killed you." Saying so, she pounced forward and started punching and kicking Pu Baixiong. Pu Baixiong naturally resisted. The two shape-shifting saint herbs fought fiercely in front of Yang Kai, and it didn't take long for them to be beaten black and blue. However, the two saint herbs continued to fight while moving out of the cave. They were about to walk past Yang Kai. Yang Kai leaned over and grabbed them one by one. Pu Baixiong sniffled and turned his head to the side as if nothing had happened. The mushroom, on the other hand, pouted and looked at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression. "It's just like the real deal." Yang Kai looked at the two saint herbs in his hands and clicked his tongue in wonder. Suddenly, he shouted, "Break!" In his left eye, the demon eye of annihilation released a strange light and his vision distorted. The two saint herbs in his hands suddenly turned into two hard and cold stones. Everything he saw just now was actually an illusion. At the same time, at the entrance of the cave, Pu Baixiong and the mushroom were tiptoeing as if they were thieves. At this moment, they turned around and saw Yang Kai looking at them with a smile. The mushroom cried out and collapsed to the ground. Pu Baixiong, however, shouted, "Split up." Saying so, his roots flew out and he fled. "Condense." Yang Kai urged the space principles and space instantly froze. Pu Baixiong was frozen in place, unable to move, and only his eyes were left spinning. Fierce. Yang Kai clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards the two saint herbs step by step. When he had entered this fog, he hadn't been clear about it and had been careless. But after learning that this fog had hallucinogenic effects, he had paid some attention and used the soul-warming lotus's effects to clear his mind. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to follow Pu Baixiong to this place and break through the mushroom's illusion. Even an ordinary heaven-opening realm master would find it difficult to resist such a technique. As expected of a shape-shifting saint herb from the land of immortality, it was truly extraordinary. Nothing can be done more than 3 times grape, you're courting death. Yang Kai sneered. Reaching out, he grabbed Pu Baixiong and stared at the grape on his head, his eyes flashing. Pu Baixiong's face paled. "Master, I won't dare do it again." Those words sound familiar. Pu Baixiong raised a finger and swore to the heavens, "This time it's real. This lowly one will obediently follow Master from now on and serve Master faithfully. If something similar happens again, you'll cook me, Pu Baixiong said with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded and placed him on his shoulder before turning to look at the mushroom. You want to become a pot of mushroom soup, the mushroom hurriedly said. I'll also follow Master and serve Master faithfully. Yang Kai praised. You're worth teaching. The mushroom smiled through her tears. After a simple exchange, Yang Kai learned that the mushroom in front of him was a profound color illusion mushroom. The profound color illusion mushroom did not have any other effects, but its ability to cause hallucinations was second to none. If one accidentally ate a piece, they would fall into an illusion forever, unable to escape. After the profound color illusion mushroom had taken form, this ability had been greatly magnified. She liked to sleep, so she instinctively released this ability in her sleep, which was why such a large amount of fog had formed in this territory. Yang Kai bent down and grabbed the mushroom, placing it on his other shoulder before walking out. This fog was formed by the spores released by the profound color illusion mushroom. It could hallucinate most living beings, but it could not hallucinate a sacred medicine like Pu Baixiong. This was why Grape was able to accurately find the mushroom's sleeping area. Since they were leaving now, the mushroom naturally had to retrieve this fog. As they moved forward, the surrounding fog became thinner and thinner, turning into countless spores that surged back into the mushroom's body. When Yang Kai brought the two sacred medicines out of the foggy territory, the fog had long disappeared when he turned back to look. In the fog, hundreds and thousands of cultivators were sleeping on the ground. It was obvious that they had accidentally entered this territory and fell into the illusion. Now that the fog was gone, they would probably wake up soon. Strictly speaking, it was still Yang Kai who had saved their lives, or they would have definitely slept to death here. With Pu Baixiong leading the way to the primordial fruit tree, Yang Kai sped along. Just a few days after the opening of the Elder's Land, 200,000 cultivators had entered this place. However, although there were many opportunities here, there were also many dangers. Just the Rainbow Tunnel alone had killed more than 10,000 cultivators, all of them killed by assassins. For example, the dandelions that Yang Kai encountered before, the strange swamp, and the fog of the profound color illusion mushroom were all fatal existences. But there was nothing in this world that was more dangerous than this. Great opportunities meant great dangers, and for a cultivator to grow, which one of them had not overcome all obstacles and obstacles? A moment of carelessness would lead to the death of countless cultivators, and only those with great fortune could walk step by step to the peak. A few days later, as they passed by a place, Grape suddenly said, "Master, not far from here, there is another sacred medicine that is similar to me and the little mushroom. Do you want to take it?" Chapter 4088. When he was captured by Yang Kai, he had tried to escape several times but failed. Now, he had given up on that idea. However, this guy was really bad. He was unlucky and couldn't bear to see others get better. Naturally, he wanted Yang Kai to take the other sacred herbs to accompany him. Little Mushroom shrunk her neck and said, "That guy is not easy to deal with. Let's just forget about it." Grape glared at her. "Our master's skills are unparalleled. Even you can't charm him. Although that bamboo is not easy to deal with, how can it win against master?" "Bamboo?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "What kind of sacred herb is bamboo?" Grape said, "Master, you don't know. That guy is not an ordinary bamboo. It smells very good. If you can cook it into a pot of soup, it will definitely increase master's strength." Yang Kai didn't comment. "Since it's nearby, let's go take a look." "Master, this way. I'll show you the way." Pu Baixiong was very attentive. He had probably suffered a lot under the hands of that bamboo in the past. This time, he wanted to use Yang Kai to take revenge. Yang Kai was well aware of it, but he didn't point it out. No matter if that bamboo was a sacred herb or not, since it could transform, it must be extraordinary. It wouldn't be bad to take it away. Half a day later, a purple bamboo forest appeared in front of them. Pu Baixiong climbed on Yang Kai's shoulder. He shrunk his head and looked very wretched. He stared at the bamboo forest vigilantly and whispered, "Master, that's that guy's nest. Master, you have to be careful. These bamboos are that guy's disciples and disciples. They are not to be trifled with. Yang Kai nodded and walked forward. Soon, he stepped into the bamboo forest. The purple bamboos around him moved without any wind. Suddenly, a bamboo whipped over with the force of thunder. Yang Kai let out a soft cry and raised his hand to block. He felt that the whipping force was 10,000 jin. He couldn't help but be surprised. Chi chi chi. The purple bamboos seemed to have a mind of their own as they shot towards Yang Kai like a torrential storm. Yang Kai snorted and released the golden crow true fire. Those violet bamboos instantly acted as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, and they didn't dare approach in the slightest. I'm going to be roasted. Little Mushroom climbed onto Yang Kai's other shoulder with tears in its eyes. Laoi will protect you and me, Pu Baixiong scolded. What are you worrying about? The little mushroom reached out and touched its own body. When it discovered that there was nothing wrong, it let out a long sigh of relief. The raging flames roiled, and there were no more obstructions on the way forward. Yang Kai soon arrived at the center of the bamboo forest. However, when he looked up, he did not see the bamboo that Pu Baixiong had mentioned. Instead, there were traces of battle here. Judging from the traces, the battle started very quickly and ended very quickly as well. One side should have been easily subdued. Someone took away the bamboo here before I did. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Although the bamboo had taken form, it shouldn't have much combat power. Just like Pu Baixiong and the small mushroom, it was natural for it to be subdued by the cultivator. Pu Baixiong felt that it was a pity. If we had known, we would have come over earlier. Although Yang Kai felt that it was a pity, he didn't care too much. He had already obtained 2 saint herbs, so this trip to the land of everlastingness was not in vain. Of course, if he didn't obtain the most important primordial spirit fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the great cosmological realm safely. Yueha and the rest were still in Zhu Juin's hands, so he had to exchange the primordial spirit fruit for their safety. After leaving the violet bamboo forest, not long after, a group of cultivators suddenly rushed over. Those cultivators were covered in dust, and some of them were injured and stained with blood. When they saw Yang Kai, they were all shocked. However, after seeing his face clearly, the leading cultivator was overjoyed. Consecrated Yang? Yang Kai didn't care about them at first, but when he heard the shout, he turned his head and glanced over. People from Qi Xing? Only Qi Xing's disciples would call him that. After all, he was still Qi Xing's consecrated in name. All these years, he had relied on this name to plunder a huge amount of wealth from Qi Xing. Qi Xing's Dingqi greets consecrated Yang. The leading cultivator hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, and the rest of the people also hurriedly saluted, looking at Yang Kai with a look of fear. When they saw Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom on Yang Kai's shoulders, they couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Deng Qi said with a look of shame, "We brothers came here to search for treasures under the orders of the leaders. We found something there before, but unfortunately, before we could explore it further, we were driven out." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who are the other party?" Deng Qi blushed with shame. "I don't know. I've never seen them before." "Are there many people?" Deng Qi was even more ashamed. "I'm alone." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Alone, they could drive Deng Qi and the others away. This strength was really good. There were hundreds of people in Deng Qi's group, and Deng Qi himself was a low-level Kai Tian cultivator. In Qi Xing, he was a great commander, on the same level as Guoziyan. Could it be either Lin Feng or Su Zhen? These elite disciples from the heavenly blessed land should have this ability. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Since you were lucky enough to survive, you should cherish it. There are many dangers in this elder's land, so be careful." Deng Qi was a little disappointed when he saw that Yang Kai didn't intend to stand up for them, but as the great commander of Qi Xing, he also knew about the grievances between Yang Kai and Qi Xing, so he didn't dare to have any resentment. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Deng Qi hurriedly said, "Master, please wait." Yang Kai stopped and looked at him. "Is there anything else?" Deng Qi cupped his fists and said, "Master, the place my brothers found before seems to have Tai-E divine water." Tai-E divine water? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" Deng Qi said. It was too far away, so I didn't see it clearly, but it is very likely to be Tai divine water. Yang Kai hurriedly asked for the direction, and Deng Qi naturally told him everything he knew. Yang Kai sped away. If it were an ordinary treasure, Yang Kai might not care about it. Over the years, he had made a windfall in the Great Void Realm, and his horizons were extraordinary. After entering this elder's land and obtaining 2 saint medicines, how could he care about ordinary treasures? But this Tai divine water was different. This was an extremely rare thing. Meng Hong was able to rebuild his foundation because he relied on the Tai divine water to wash away the power of yin and yang and 5 elements in the seal. It could be said that the Tai divine water was the capital for a cultivator to start from scratch. If there was a cultivator like Meng Hong who wanted to break and then rebuild, he must have the Tai divine water. Meng Hong's portion was also obtained by chance. The value of a portion of Tai divine water was no less than a 6th grade material. Although this thing was useless to Yang Kai, maybe his friends and relatives would need it in the future. Even if they didn't need it, it would be good to exchange it for other treasures. Now that he had encountered it, how could he miss it? His figure was like lightning, and he soon arrived at the place Deng Qi mentioned. Looking around, Yang Kai was slightly startled. He saw that there were many people gathered here, and they were fighting. The scene was chaotic. From the time they met Deng Qi until now, it had only been an hour, and according to Deng Qi, they had been chased away by a single person. In other words, these people had also rushed here within this hour. They were probably attracted by the fluctuations of the previous battle and came to investigate the situation. However, although there were many people here, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to them. All his attention was attracted by a white jade stone trough. In the white jade stone trough, there was a clear liquid flowing quietly. Yang Kai's mind shook. It really was Tai divine water. He had seen this thing in Meng Hong's hands before, and now that he saw it again, he naturally wouldn't mistake it. Tai divine water was extremely valuable, and it was no wonder that so many people came to fight over it. It was impossible to tell how many groups of people were fighting here, and from time to time, a cultivator would fall to the ground and die. There were also many people who stood to the side and watched coldly. Although they tried their best to remain calm, they couldn't hide the greed in their eyes. Yang Kai's arrival didn't attract too much attention, but the 2 saint herbs on his shoulder attracted many covetous gazes. Little Mushroom was so scared that it trembled, shrinking its head under its mushroom umbrella, not daring to see anyone. Pu Baixiong suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and whispered, "Master, that bamboo." Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw a cultivator holding a purple bamboo, looking at him. The purple bamboo was about 1 meter long and glowed with a purple light, looking extremely extraordinary. This was that bamboo? Previously, Pu Baixiong brought him to the purple bamboo forest to collect the other saint herb, but he didn't expect that someone would beat him to it. Who knew that he would run into it here? And the one who obtained the purple bamboo was a young man in black. He looked quite young, and his expression was cold and resolute. At this moment, he was looking at Yang Kai. His gaze swept over Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom, then he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then moved closer to the young man in black. The latter frowned, obviously a little afraid, but he stood still and didn't move. After a while, Yang Kai stood still, but before he could say anything, Pu Baixiong jumped down and shouted with his hands on his waist, "Stinky bamboo! You also have a day like this. Get plucked out, huh?" The purple bamboo in the young man's hand grew a pair of eyes, looking down at Pu Baixiong and sneered, "I was wondering who it was, so it's you, you damn grape. Are you looking for a beating?" Pu Baixiong was furious. "Junior, you are young and arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the past, it was Grandpa Pu who gave in to you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" That purple bamboo shook violently, breaking free from the young man's hand, and turned into a bamboo monster as soon as it fell to the ground. It had a slender body, 2 legs, 2 hands, and 2 bamboo branches on both sides of its head, with a few green leaves growing on them. It raised its hand and pulled out a bamboo branch, swinging it at Pu Baixiong. "You dare to take advantage of me. See how I'll whip your grape." Pu Baixiong didn't want to be outdone. His roots danced like long whips, fighting fiercely with the bamboo. Suddenly, a cry of pain was heard, and a bump appeared on Pu Baixiong's head. He was hit by the bamboo, and it was so painful that tears flowed out. That purple bamboo didn't show any mercy. It pulled out another bamboo branch on its head and held it with both hands, as if it was waving two long swords, attacking Pu Baixiong until he was forced to retreat, and even a few of his roots were cut off. Chapter 4089. Grape was at a disadvantage and cried out loudly. Little Mushroom saw this and tried to stop the fight, but was also hit by the bamboo and flipped a few times. Invisible spores flew out, and the surrounding cultivators felt dizzy as illusions appeared in front of their eyes. Little Mushroom felt wronged. Stinky bamboo. You hit me. I'll fight you. Little Mushroom lowered its head and charged at the bamboo, but was pulled back by the other party's sword. Little Mushroom fell to the ground with tears streaming down its face. Grape was enraged. You dare to bully Little Mushroom. I'll fight you too. Little Mushroom's roots danced as if it had grown countless arms and tangled with the bamboo, looking like it wanted to perish together with the bamboo. The black-robed young man's body swayed and his eyes were slightly dazed. He suddenly shook his head. An illusion? Raising his hand, he caught the bamboo in his hand. The purple bamboo emitted a purple light that enveloped the young man, dispelling the invisible spores and waking the black-robed young man up. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that the surrounding cultivators were all in a daze. Obviously, they had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. Some of the cultivators were laughing loudly while others were flying around, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. The bamboo said, "Kid, don't be afraid. Master Bamboo is here. That Little Mushroom's illusion won't be able to do anything to you." The black-robed young man nodded. Yang Kai also grabbed Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom and placed them on his shoulders. He looked at the young man with interest. "How should I address you?" The young man was silent for a while before he cupped his fists. "Xiangying greets Brother Yang." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You recognize me?" Xiangying said, "Brother Yang's name is like thunder in my ears. Infamous, right?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. Xiangying frowned. He couldn't figure out what Yang Kai meant. He had heard that Yang Kai was extremely fierce, killing thousands of lightning sword pavilion cultivators in one battle and slaughtering tens of thousands of sword pavilion cultivators in the star market. He could be said to be a killing star, but now that he had seen him in person, he knew that he was different from the rumors. However, after all, he was not familiar with Yang Kai. One may know a person's face but not his heart, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. In his heart, he was very wary of Yang Kai. "I want to go get the Tai purifying divine water. Brother Xiang, do you have any advice?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. Although there were many people here, all of them had fallen into the illusion. At this moment, their minds were in chaos and they were not a threat. The only ones who were conscious were Yang Kai and Xiangying. Xiangying said indifferently, "Let's rely on our own methods." Clearly, he was unwilling to back down. The Tai divine water was also very attractive to him. Yang Kai nodded and stared at the purple bamboo in his hand. He changed the topic and said, "Brother Xiang, this bamboo is extraordinary. Are you willing to part with it?" Before Xiangying could say anything, Bamboo angrily said, "Don't even think about Master Bamboo. You're just like dead grape. You're definitely not a good person." Yang Kai was speechless and laughed. "It seems that we are not fated." He was just asking casually. Since Bamboo was unwilling, Yang Kai did not want to force him. If he really wanted to snatch it, Xiangying would not be his opponent. Ignoring him, Zhang Xian strode forward. Grape said nervously, "Master, be careful. This place is a little strange." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "It's impossible for heaven and earth's spiritual treasures to not be guarded. However, even if there are dangers, we can break through them with force." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Xiangying both rushed forward. The moment their figures flickered, the two of them each sent out a palm strike towards the other. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's figure shook slightly as he let out a small cry of surprise. Surprisingly, Xiangying had not been sent flying by his palm strike. "Amazing," Yang Kai praised. Although it was only a brief contact, Yang Kai could still see that this Xiangying was extraordinary. In the other party's palm, there were several types of yin, yang, and 5 elements energy lingering around it, each of them possessing great power. Moreover, the quality of these attacks was also quite good. Impressively, they were all at the 6th grade. In other words, what Xiang Ying had condensed were all 6th grade heaven-opening materials. If not, he would not have been able to withstand his palm. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother Xiang, are you a disciple of the Blessed Enclave?" As far as he could see, only a few people from the Blessed Enclave had the ability to condense 6th grade force. Xiang Ying stabilized his body and suppressed the rolling blood in his heart. He was full of admiration. Brother Yang is really amazing. This little brother comes from a humble background and does not come from any Blessed Enclave or Blessed Enclave. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. I understand. This Xiang Ying was also a bearer. Only the power of a divine spirit could cultivate such an excellent bearer, but Yang Kai did not know which divine spirit bearer he was. He had long heard from Zhu Jiuyin that many divine spirits had secretly cultivated their bearers, allowing them to cultivate diligently and enhance their strength so that they could seize the opportunity in the land of eternity. But so far, Yang Kai only knew of Su Zhan and the others, so he did not expect to meet one here. No wonder he could collect the purple bamboo. Since he was a bearer of a divine spirit, he naturally had this ability. While speaking, Yang Kai did not stop and quickly moved closer to the white jade trough. Xiang Ying's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and a layer of blood mist suddenly burst out from his body. Obviously, he had used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed greatly as he also rushed towards the white jade trough. Now that only the two of them were competing for the Tai purifying divine water, whoever could reach the white jade trough first would have the upper hand. Naturally, he was unwilling to be left behind. But soon, he showed a look of surprise because no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to the white jade trough. Turning his head, Yang Kai also showed a stunned expression. The white jade trough was actually not too far away from the position of the two of them, only about 1,000 meters away. With the strength of the two of them, this distance did not exist and they could cross it in a single step. But strangely, no matter how fast the two of them ran, the distance between them and the white jade trough did not decrease at all. The stone trough was always about 1,000 meters away from them. Looking around, the cultivator was still trapped in the illusion and the distance between them did not change much. It was as if he and Yang Kai were still in the same place. Xiang Ying's face was solemn and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This situation was too strange, and he had never encountered anything like it before. After running for a while, many people suddenly appeared around them. These people had been invisible before, but at this moment, they appeared around them like ghosts, each of them desperately trying to get close to the white jade trough, but unfortunately, they were powerless. There were also some cultivator who stood still and looked at the people around them as if they were fools. Both Yang Kai and Xiang Ying were taken aback. What was going on with these people? Where did they come from? These people were definitely not the ones who were trapped in the illusion just now, because those people were still trapped in the illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Two more came. An old man laughed loudly. "Ha, it's over. I'm afraid we can't get out. I was wondering how there was no danger around such a world treasure, but it turns out that this danger is undetectable and can only be found when one steps in." Another middle-aged man who stood still shook his head and sighed, his face ashen. "What the hell is this place? I want to get out." Some people tried to run in the opposite direction, but they couldn't escape from this place. There seemed to be an invisible cage around the white jade trough, trapping everyone inside. This cage was strange and unpredictable. No matter which direction they ran in, they couldn't escape even half a step. Yang Kai looked around for a while before stopping and asking, "Mushroom, is this an illusion?" The little mushroom shook its head like a rattle drum. "I don't feel it." The black magic mushroom itself had the effect of causing hallucinations. Since it said so, it should not be an illusion. What's more, Yang Kai did not notice any trace of an illusion. If it was really an illusion, the soul-warming lotus could break it. "It's not an illusion." Yang Kai frowned and turned to ask a person not far away, "Old man, how long have you been here?" The old man was the one who spoke before. Hearing the question, he said, "Ha, I've been trapped here for 3 days. I was the first to come in, and these guys came in one after another in the past few days. Yang Kai was speechless. There were at least a few hundred cultivators trapped here. In other words, over the past 3 days, these hundreds of people had discovered the extreme divine purification water and wanted to take it for themselves, but as a result, they had fallen into this strange cage and were unable to extricate themselves. He and Xiang Ying were the last to enter, and the reason why they hadn't discovered these people before was probably because they hadn't completely entered this invisible cage. Only when they set foot in this place could they see these people. Old man, did you find anything? Yang Kai asked again. The old man sighed. If I found anything, why would this old man be trapped here? He looked up and shouted, Stop running, you can't escape. This old man has been running here for 3 days, and I haven't seen the stone trough. How much longer do you want to run? Hearing this, everyone gradually stopped. Someone said, What's wrong with this place? I can clearly feel that I'm moving forward, but why are we still in the same place? This was something that no one could understand, which was why it was so strange. There may be a natural array here, or it may be an illusion array, or a maze array. If we don't break this array, we will be trapped here forever. How do we break this array? Friends, who is proficient in array formations? This little brother knows a little, but I can't see anything. Maybe it's because I'm not skilled enough. Then what should we do? Are we going to wait for death here? The group of people were clamoring, one after another, all talking at once. It was very lively. The old man kept comforting everyone's emotions, and it was not easy for him to calm the crowd down. He said loudly, Since none of you can break this array, then this old man's opinion is to break it with force. Let's attack together and use our strongest power. This old man doesn't believe that this damn array can withstand it. Old man's words make sense. Someone agreed. With so many of us attacking together, even if there is a great array here, we will definitely be able to break it. After we break the array, everyone will have a share of the Tai divine purification water. Everyone will share it equally. Someone shouted. No one responded to this, which made him lose interest. Chapter 4090. The old man was the first to suggest that they work together to break the formation. Naturally, he would be the mediator. Everyone could only stay where they were. They could not get close to each other, nor could they move forward or backward. In this way, although there were many people here, they could not set up a formation. They could only use the divine technique to combine their strength. After the discussion, the old man was about to give an order when he suddenly saw Yang Kai's strange expression. He turned his head and said, Young friend, you seem to have found something? Yang Kai's eyes were full of splendor. He nodded and said, I have some idea, but I can't understand it. I need some time. The old man's eyes lit up. Since you have found something, why don't you tell us so that we can study it together? Yes, one person's wisdom is short, but the wisdom of many is long. Why don't you tell us what you found, and we can solve this problem together? Someone agreed. Yang Kai sneered. It's my ability that I found something. Why should I tell you? The old man's face darkened. He scolded angrily, Young man, you are so rude. The old man beside him also shook his head. Young friend, you are wrong. We are trapped here and need to work together to get out. Young friend, it's better not to hide anything now. Yang Kai said lightly, It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you won't understand even if I tell you. The old man shook his head and sighed. Keeping things to yourself will only harm others. This young man is really arrogant. Young man, don't run away when we get out of here. I will talk to you properly. Yang Kai ignored him. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense, silently sensing the situation. Seeing him like this, the old man no longer tried to force the issue and began coordinating with everyone. As soon as he gave the order, the power of his secret treasures burst forth, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently, creating layer after layer of ripples that spread outwards. Everyone watched anxiously. Even when the power of the divine technique dissipated, there was no change in the surroundings. The old man's face darkened. He shouted, Again! Another round of divine technique was displayed. The rumbling sounds were endless. The scene of hundreds of cultivators attacking together was quite spectacular. Moreover, in order to escape, very few people held back. Every attack could be said to be at full strength. The void trembled, and the universe was overturned. The aftermath of the powers spread out, and rings of light trembled endlessly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours. Hundreds of cultivators were so tired that they almost vomited blood. Their faces were pale, and their breathing was unstable. They were all from the Emperor realm. Although they had their own opportunities in the great cosmological realm and had condensed a lot of yin, yang, and 5 elements power, they could not hold on for long periods of time. However, after such a long time, there was no effect at all. Many people were discouraged. The old man kept trying to boost their morale, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to let them rest for a while and recover their strength. He turned his head and saw that Yang Kai was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. He could not help but feel a little annoyed. They were all risking their lives to break out of this predicament and leave this place. This young man, on the other hand, was just standing there calmly and seemed to be comprehending the mystery. Who knew if he was saving his strength and waiting for the critical moment to reap the benefits? At this moment, hundreds of people suddenly rushed in together and fell into this invisible cage. It was the cultivator who had been hit by the illusion that had finally recovered. They wanted to snatch the Tai divine purification water, but in the end, they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. Like the previous cultivator, these newcomers rushed forward desperately, but they were still in the same place. They could not get close to the white jade trough at all. Everyone looked at these newcomers with pity, as if they had known this would happen. The old man explained the situation in a clear voice, and only then did they stop struggling. Now that hundreds of friends have fallen into this place, our strength has increased greatly. This time, we will definitely be able to break out of this predicament. The old man was very excited. Everyone, quickly rest. We will attack together in 2 hours. Everyone cheered loudly. 2 hours later, under the old man's command, nearly 1,000 people performed the divine technique together. Its power was more than twice as strong as before. Another few hours later, nearly 1,000 people stood in the same place with pale faces, panting and looking defeated. So many of them attacked together, but they could not shake this invisible cage at all. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. They really did not know how to break out of this predicament. There is no unbreakable formation in this world. This old man does not believe in heresy. Everyone, take a rest. We will start all over again. Although the old man had consumed a lot of energy, he was still very motivated. Unfortunately, morale was something that could be boosted at the first spurt, weakened at the second, and exhausted at the third. After a few times, many people became pessimistic. They no longer had the same enthusiasm as before. When they attacked together for the third time, many people were just coping with it. Although the old man was angry, he could do nothing about it. Suddenly, a loud laugh sounded. Yang Kai, who had been comprehending the mysteries with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered as he stared at the void in front of him and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful. So that's how it is." As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. When he took this step, everyone's eyes widened as they stared at him in shock. This was because this step had actually been taken. Before this, all the cultivators who had been trapped here, no matter how they tried to escape, looked like they were walking on the same spot. Little friend? The old man looked at Yang Kai nervously. How did you do it? Although Yang Kai had a smile on his face, his eyes were very serious. He said casually, "Space folds and extends. It seems like it is only a distance of 1,000 feet, but in fact, no matter how you run, the space under your feet will extend infinitely, giving people the illusion that they are walking in the same place. It turns out that the great Tao of space can be used like this. This world is really magical." As he spoke, Yang Kai took another step forward. At the same time, the seal in his body suddenly solidified. His seal was the great Tao of void. Now that he was trapped in this predicament, he had gained something from comprehending it for a long time, which made his seal stronger. One must know that his seal had been solidified by the Tao-E divine water. It was extremely difficult to improve it. It was obvious that he had gained a lot from comprehending it this time. Space folds and extends? The old man and the other cultivator were confused, but Xiangying frowned thoughtfully. You won't understand even if I tell you. Just stand there and wait. Wait for me to take the divine water, and you will be able to escape. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain too much. This was related to the Great Tao of Space and the Great Tao of Space. Without saying that they had cultivated it, they would not be able to understand it. Step by step, Yang Kai stepped forward. Although his speed was slow, he was indeed approaching the white jade trough. After Yang Kai had taken 10 steps, Xiangying suddenly moved the purple bamboo in his hand in the direction he had taken. Above the purple bamboo, a layer of purple light rippled, and Xiangying's figure strangely moved forward a meter. Yang Kai sensed something and turned around, just in time to see this scene. His heart skipped a beat as he wondered if Xiangying also cultivated the Great Tao of Space. Xiangying looked up at him and nodded gently. Many thanks, Brother Yang, for enlightening me. The purple bamboo in his hand moved forward again, and a purple light rippled as his figure moved forward again. This guy did not cultivate the Great Tao of Space. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of space principles from him. The only reason he could do this was because of the purple bamboo's power. The purple bamboo gave Yang Kai a feeling that it could break through all methods. Strictly speaking, the strangeness of this place could be considered a divine technique, but it was a divine technique born from the heavens and earth. Under the purple bamboo's effect, it naturally could not affect Xiangying. Is this purple bamboo Saint Herb really so strong? Yang Kai glanced at Grape and Little Mushroom on his shoulder and suddenly felt that these two were too weak. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people, Yang Kai stepped forward one step at a time, while Xiangying drifted forward like a ghost. The two of them kept moving closer to the white jade trough. Although Yang Kai was a few steps ahead, he was quickly caught up by Xiangying. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the two of them were only a few meters away from the white jade trough. Xiangying suddenly raised his hand and pointed the purple bamboo at Yang Kai, saying lightly, Brother Yang, please excuse me. With this point, Yang Kai took a step forward but was unable to do so and instead remained in place. In that instant, Xiangying threw himself in front of the white jade trough and raised his hand to summon a jade bottle, snatching the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough. Yang Kai laughed. If you hadn't taken action against me, I would have hesitated. But since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai shouted, Retreat. Xiangying was just about to take the extreme divine purification water from the stone trough into his jade bottle, but at that moment, his vision blurred and his hand disappeared. When he regained his senses, he had unknowingly returned to his original position, 1,000 meters away from the stone trough. Xiangying's face suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. He had used the purple bamboo heaven-breaking earth divine technique to approach the stone trough step by step, but how could he compare to Yang Kai comprehending the essence of this divine technique and borrowing it for his own use? One was breaking, the other was borrowing. The difference between the two was obvious. Beside the white jade trough, Yang Kai stood alone, looking down at the divine water in the trough with a grin on his face. There was no need for a container. With a single thought, Yang Kai opened his sealed world bead and carefully stored the extreme divine purification water in the white jade trough. There was a lot of extreme divine purification water, enough for dozens of people to use. After a short while, Yang Kai had collected all the divine water. The group of people looked at him with envy and annoyance. Yang Kai's actions were not even giving them a sip of the divine water. The moment Yang Kai collected all the extreme divine purification water, the white jade stone platform in front of him suddenly distorted, gradually becoming transparent and soon disappeared. The extreme divine purification water bell was born with the essence of heaven and earth. The white jade trough seemed to be solid, but in fact, it was just a manifestation of the heaven and earth principles. When the divine water disappeared, so did the container. At the same time, the invisible force that had been binding everyone disappeared completely. The moment they were free, dozens of people leaped into the air and rushed towards Yang Kai, shouting, Junior, leave the divine water behind. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.